and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I'm Jim, aka Argent Win, and we are back after a 2 week break for Avress, the Shattered World. Good to have everyone here. I know we're all excited to jump back in here and get things rolling. Before I get into introductions and everything else, I do want to mention a couple of things. First of all, we are on a Discord server, House of Gamers. The link will be in the description. You can see down there if you want to jump in and join a bunch of like-minded gamers for D&D, MMOs, all kinds of other fun online gaming stuff. Feel free to jump in and join the community. It's all growing every day, pretty much. Um, so there's that. Second thing I want to say is next Thursday we have a new little thing happening here called DM&D Chat, where I'll be kind of going over various topics in D&D, helping out people who want to get into running role-playing games. And we'll start our first episode is going to be next Thursday, 5:30 to 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. So those of you who watch that other really cool streaming show out there, it'll be done just before that starts up.
Oh yeah, that cooking show, right? That
Yeah,
you're talking
yeah,
about?
you know that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That one. Yeah.
Is that little show that some people watch? You know, just um. So with that though, we're gonna go ahead and jump in. Since it's been a couple weeks, we're gonna have everyone introduce themselves again. We've kind of let that go for a little while, but if we have some new viewers out there, want to make sure everybody knows who's playing who. And we'll go start off here right below me on the screen here with Eldon.
Yes. Hello. My name is Eldon Mernig. I am the adventurer's mana technician, and by that I mean the yes, I am an artificer, and I specialize in explosives and manipulating magical technology. Yes, of course. Yes.
I'm
Hello.
talking.
Excellent.
And I'm the ever so easily impressed but never forgotten Trevor Blackcoat, halfling, gunslinger, philanthropist. That's all I got.
Excellent.
I'm Bernie. I play Amethyst. She's a tabaxi sorceress.
I'm Rob. I play Lucas, who's a half-elf bard.
I'm Sora. I play a blue dragonkin paladin fighter.
Excellent. And well, we're gonna get into a little recap here to kind of refresh everyone's memory. A little goo box here for everyone here, so check it out there.
Goodbox.
Yay.
It's our mascot that we.
Yes, our new mascot here. So yes. We have goo box. Thank you very much, Zara, for making these little wonderful guys. So the party, after dealing with the trolling menace at Roanoke, hopped in the airship they were borrowing and limped their way back to Port Oris for repairs. Upon reaching the city, the ship put in to get those repairs needed, while the party scattered around town to do various things and find out information. Getting roped into a bit of a situation with the Ivory Lyceum, the magical university based in Port Oris, reporting that some books had been taken from a restricted section of the kind of the upperclassmen libraries. Like it had some potentially dangerous information. The book was missing, and the Professor Janan Martinet Prepsel, wanted to get the party to help track it down and get it returned. The party managed to find out where it was, delving down into the sewers and encountering a young half gnome, bit of an arcanist of some kind named Morgan. He had already copied the book and had it delivered back to his broker he worked with. The party, that's where they met this little cute little guy Goobox down there with him. They eventually tracked down where the book had been, who had purchased the copy of the book, specifically a Ormond Montgomery, who ran a cemetery and graveyard area on the outskirts of town. Discovering that he was not such a nice person there, being a necromancer, having a vampire for an assistant, they took down Montgomery, the vampire escaping into the night. They turned over Montgomery to the Lyceum for safekeeping, who they put him in magical shackles and everything else and carted him into the building to await what's going to be done with him. The party then spent some time delving around, finding more information, finding out some disturbing news about the information in the book that had been taken, finding out specifically that what they were after seemed to be the location of the remains of the Dark King, a powerful wizard, necromancer, demonologist who had taken over the southern half of the continent, western portion of the continent, about 200 years ago, and had been put down and defeated by armies and adventurers. But this Ormond, this necromancer, seemed to be part of a cult dedicated to potentially bringing him back based on the information that they found out. Finding out also he had a connection to someone that Amethyst is learning a bit about. An individual known as Wraith, who seems to be also connected to these events in some way. Beyond that, the party did some more digging around town, finding up some information, and mostly some individual investigations for the most part here. And so we're going to take a quick run around to our party members here to share what things they found out that they haven't informed the party about yet. There was also a round of crazy dreams and visions that added into the feelings of dread, mystery, confusion, all the above. So let's see, who wants to start us off here with what they found out in the interim, in the intervening time?
Elvon can go first.
Sure.
So upon getting back with the group, Eldon and Trevor both, we have been working on fixing our ship, the flying ship that we've been working with, and taking a lot of its damage. However, while working in the shipyards, we found out. Excuse me as I. But we found out that there are some missing technicians, mana technicians. So Trevor and myself, there was a bit of a lull in the work. So we took off going to find the missing mana technicians. Upon reaching their home, we had found signs of tampering with the door lock. It was broken into. There were faint spots of blood in the mana technicians' homes. Not enough for like a murder, but more of enough for maybe being knocked out or something along those lines. There were all of their belongings, some of their belongings had been left behind, and there was signs of like packing up quickly and stuff like that. And then the last thing we found was signs of goblin footprints. So possibly the whole, fun little crew that we dealt with is possibly back in town. So that is what Eldon finds. He doesn't find anything outside of the house, so not 100% sure of where they went. But in the house, there's all sorts of that. So I definitely want to be speaking with the guards. It is important. There is clearly a goblin menace still in town, and it is important that we let them know. Yes. So that is what Eldon has been up to.
The guards would be appreciative, and they're always on the watch for any signs of goblin presence and issues. You have seen that there are some goblins around town. They're not really like any, like occasional one here and there. And so they tend to be kept watch on fairly closely. And The guards will be checking in with them to see if they know anything or have seen anything or have any issues around that. But as far as that, the guards are appreciative that they're being informed that there's something going on at least. And in reporting this information here, you will also actually get to finally meet the foreman of the airship yards there. One Ileana Windshear, who happens to be, well, let's just say she comes from a very interesting family in that her mother was the one that created the first airship. And she is responsible for creating Loftwood, the primary building component of airships in the modern age. So that's part of the reason why she's there. She is a sky elf or air genasi, and uh, very much a taskmaster when it comes to the airship yards themselves and getting things there, getting things running and keeping things going. So she will also be appreciative of the information. We'll make sure that whatever belongings are there are packed up, and if they find anything out information, they will see what they can do to assist or help their missing people. But unfortunately, there is no sign of where they went or what happened to them.
It's cold the second they leave the house.
Yep.
Basically.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else people have?
Nope. I mean, Trevor
Um,
pretty much is the exact same, a carbon copy of what Eldon found. So
Yep.
Amethyst will
And
be quite eager to share some information that she's gathered from the dream / vision that I had. I got an inkling that Wraith might not be able to hear or see me like I can hear and see him. And I've been back and spoken to the two people that are connected with Addy who live in Port Auris, whose names are Perrin and Mavel. Sorry, it takes.
there's a lot, I know. Don't worry.
Yeah. And I've also been back to speak to Mrs. Snills or, Professor Martinet. And they're inclined to agree as well, that it seems like my dream suggested that that I could see others and we could connect with each other, but Wraith can't connect with any of us. So basically, what it looks like to me is that Wraith knows that he's been. I mean, he doesn't know any of us. He doesn't have the connections that any of us have with each other or know of our existence, apart from the fact that he knows people are spying on him and can hear and see him. So that's obviously made him very paranoid. And now it looks like, as a warlock, he's made some sort of pact with something a little bit sinister that is helping him to block that, so that our telepathic link with him isn't as strong as it would be. I still seem to be able to get in there, but the others don't seem to be able to reach out the same way, and it looks like he can't reach out to any of us either. So my paranoia that he might be able to see what we're doing, especially if we're going to go and find this skull and get rid of it, and not that I don't even know if that's the best idea, if it's been hidden for this long. I don't know if it's probably best to just, I don't know, keep a watch on it and make sure nobody tries to get it. But I mean, we don't even know where it is anyway. So, but anyway, that's, I'm just quite glad that's the thing. Also, one of the people that I'm linked to, Kiva, again, it comes to me. She said there's some sort of problem with giants from in the south, and that she's one of the people who seem to be going to try and help with that. So I was wondering if she'd need any help from us. But I don't know what even we've got going on right now. So perhaps that's down the line. I don't know. But thankfully, he's not spying on us. So, phew.
Yeah, very good.
One other thing is the smell that I smelled in the dream seems to be linked with. I am going to look on the World Anvil now because my brain.
Yep.
Professor Martinet mentioned a small fishing village called Bilgewater that smells like sulfur, which that smell of rotten eggs in my dream, in my vision, sorry. So it looks like that is where Wraith is in Bilgewater. So we might need to go there at some point too. I'm done.
And one last little bit of information there, if it's okay to add that in there. The death that occurred.
Oh yeah, Titus, yeah.
So Titus,
it's really, really close to where Wraith is. Yeah,
so,
really close to Bilgewater.
Yeah, so basically, it happened just off the coast of in the area region known as Northport, which is one of the larger coastal cities up to the north of where you guys are, and that's not very far from where Wraith is currently.
Yeah, so it looks like he might have been responsible for the death of Titus, which is one of the people that Addy is connected to.
Yep. So, yeah. The one last thing that Professor Martinet would have mentioned to you is that in terms of your connection that you have, you can find ways to block it out. But if someone uses something other than that, such as scrying or clairvoyance or that, your ability probably wouldn't work in the same way because they're using an external source of some kind. But there are ways that can block that or spot that kind of thing like that. You know that with scrying, it does have an invisible sensor. So see invisible can actually see the sensor that's like using as a point of view.
And Amethyst does have the spell see invisibility. So that's one thing. And also she did mention that if I am being scried upon or someone's using clairvoyance or something to see me, that the dagger might be able to warn me about it.
Potentially.
Yeah, hopefully. So that's good.
Great. Who's next?
I can go next if y'all want.
Go for it. That sounds good.
Okay. Yeah. So while we were in Port Oris, I went and found a bunch of books that I thought my sister would enjoy and had mailed it back to her. So this place that we found was called Dimensions Unlimited. And I met a Fae there, and she's actually pretty cool. I Sora's never met a Fae. And then I found out when I went to go visit my brother that I have siblings, new siblings, so I'm not the baby anymore. And while I was there visiting him, I found out that I need to head back to Ravenscrest to help my nanny set up the warehouse type stuffs.
Yep, that's the plan anyway. Yeah. So, so essentially the plan is to actually set up a new warehouse there. There's kind of a joint use warehouse between Sora's family to use essentially and keep store and transfer goods using the land route between Shorehaven and Port Oris.
Right. So when you say you have new siblings,
new hatchlings.
Right. Are they both girls or?
I don't know for sure. I think one was told to me as a boy and a girl, but one is blue. I know that.
And the other one you informed. Well, if you want, you weren't told what the girl and boy what they were. If you want to keep that to yourself, up to you.
Oh no. I can't. I just have to go find the information.
Okay. Just
So you're sending gifts to one of them?
I'm sending. Basically, she's like my hatchling who hatched with me, but I hatched after she did. So she's like a twin, but not because I hatched after her.
Oh, I didn't know about her.
Well, I kind of forgot about her because she's like a book nerd, kind of like Eldon, and
whose nose is shoved after he has relayed the information is currently in the middle of a book. Yes.
Yeah. So like she's a complete and total book nerd, and like kind of just left without saying anything to her. Her and I aren't exactly like best friends.
Oh.
Yep. So, So, and just to clarify, Eldon did receive the book from Morgan that he promised a copy of.
Yes.
So you now have a copy of Eldriana Gromes and the Tomb of the Runesmith King.
Said book is in my face.
Yes. Yes.
I don't see where
I'll be
you
right back.
said what colors they were.
There are two. The girl is black, a black dragonkin, and the boy is blue dragonkin, which is obviously kind of odd because you have learned that hatchlings of different colors are starting to appear in various in egg clutches, instead of the ones matching the ones that their parents came from. So it seems to have happened again. And a little thing that at least someone would have pointed out here is there were no black dragonkin.
Yeah.
When dragonkin were created, and when they migrated and realized that the red and black dragons did not take part in the rituals that created the dragonkin. So the fact that there was a black dragonkin is definitely strange because there were none originally. So something interesting there at least.
I see it now.
Yeah.
I see it.
Okay. Well, then Lucas, you got something to...
Oh, maybe.
Okay. You've been
This.
kind of holding on to some things here for a while, but yes.
Yeah, and I don't know anything, by the way, even though we live together. I know nothing.
Amethyst, can you cast detect invisibility to make sure we're not being scryed on?
Yeah, I just said that.
No, can you cast it now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now he says. Now, right now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
You cast and kind of use your cast your senses around there, taking a good look around you, and I mean, I assume you can be wherever you can. Where would you guys want to be having the conversation? Do you want to be in your room?
All together.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so we'll assume that the room that Amethyst and Sora had shared at the Copperhead Inn, you guys can go ahead and hole up in there. It's big enough. Sora usually gets the suite, so it's actually a little bit. It's pretty large there, so plenty of space there.
Yeah.
So, Amethyst, yeah, you are certain you don't feel any warning tingles or anything else from the dagger. You do not see any invisible sensors around you. You're fairly certain that you have the room to yourselves.
So I'm just casting it so it crosses it off.
Yeah. Yep. So.
Okay, Lucas has a story. So when Lucas left Anol Karan, Lucas's master, Calthorn Dre, had taken a book from the most secure vault of the Bordic Library. He transported Lucas to a cave in the Silver Spine Mountains, where after much preparation he opened the book and was almost immediately dominated. And then tentacles appeared to drag him into the book. Lucas doesn't know if it was luck or some sort of contingency, but Master Calthor managed to close the book as he was dragged in. In the night we all had dreams. Lucas did have a dream. In Lucas's
It was
dream,
about your girlfriend, wasn't it?
unfortunately not. In Lucas's dream, Lucas was in darkness. There was a grinding, scraping, rasping sound of something large, possibly snake-like. Lucas heard a rhythmic pulse and voices chanting in Draconic. Nasty things, grasp and tear, consume it all, bring it all together and bind it in darkness, was the chant. Lucas saw pairs of red eyes surrounded by something vast and dark, with scales, or possibly tentacles, that didn't move like a snake, and was like the thing that came out of the book. The last thing Lucas saw was the pinpricks of light that were eyes glowing red, and one set came clearly into focus. and they belonged to Master Calthorn, standing crookedly with a slack jaw. Lucas has heard the noise from the dream once before. Remember when Strego was talking about Drakol?
We talk about it often, but yes.
Mhm.
It may have also been the same noise Sora heard in her dream, because Lucas thinks the thing was a dragon, and the tentacles weren't tentacles, but multiple heads.
Mm-mm.
There's one other thing you should know. Lucas believes that the book Master Calthorn took was the same book the Dark King used to bind and hold creatures.
Wow.
That is a very bad thing. That is we are adding that to the list. And Eldon will pull
Captain
out
Obvious.
a little notepad.
There's a list. Yeah, there's a list.
So when Master, whatever his face was, when he
Calthorn.
disappeared into the book and he closed it behind him as he left, which was very polite, you just left the book there?
No.
Did you have the book?
Lucas pulls out a folded cloth, black, opens it out, opens out into a rectangle, reaches inside, and pulls out a book.
Right.
See a book with a black cover, no markings, no symbols, some unknown material of the cover itself. Just a black tome, large, probably about 12, 14 inches by 8, about 10 or so inches, oversized.
So
Can I cast Detect Magic on it? Out of curiosity?
You don't need to. It is magical.
Okay.
It's like you can almost feel it. And so Lucas, do you like within about as you look at this thing, you get to look at there, you all will start hearing a sort of a grinding, scraping sound. It just very low, just on the edge of your hearing. You can't quite. It's a sourceless sound that
Go
just
ahead.
sort
Go
of,
ahead.
just sort of, you can just barely hear it, but from all around you.
That's
Mr.
the sound I heard
Lucas,
before, right?
Sure is.
Mr. Lucas, could you please put that away, and then we will discuss? Because clearly, I'm adding this to the list of horrible things that is now in our lives.
I'll put it away. I'll put it back.
So essentially, the cloth, literally, the book sort of disappears into the cloth, and then you just fold the cloth up and put the cloth away. The second the book goes into the black cloth and disappears into it there, the sound stops.
So do you know anything about this book? Have you found anything out about it? Have you shown it to anybody except us?
Yeah, I did show it to someone here.
Was it your girlfriend?
No,
Professor Mortimer?
I can't remember the names. No, it was the people at the Temple of Light.
Right. And what did they say?
They just suggested locking it up, but I didn't think that was a good idea.
But is your
Yeah,
your master still in there?
Well, it's a book, so it's probably not in the book. He's somewhere else, obviously.
Well, I mean, technically, depending on what the book does, it is a theoretical possibility that the book could open up to an extra planar thing, and he could actually be theoretically in the book. But without actually reading that, and you will see for the first time, I am quite weary of reading that. still interested, however weary. But that is not good.
When I said that he was in the book, I only meant that he was in the book in the same way that something would be in a bag of holding if you put it in there, because it's not actually in a bag anymore, is it? It's in a separate dimension or whatever. But obviously he went through something into somewhere.
Not by choice.
I
No,
would say that Eldon, probably you do Lucas there. The book itself wouldn't act like a bag of holding. Otherwise, putting it into the cloth would probably be like putting a bag of holding into a portable hole, kind of thing. So, the book itself would not be an extra-dimensional space itself. More likely, based on what Lucas described and thinking it over there, it may have opened a portal of some kind and acted as a portal that something came through. And it is a focus for something like that. So a little less to worry about in that case. So it wouldn't be something that wouldn't be. It would act more as a gateway or a portal than it would be acting as a extra-dimensional space itself. So
Lucas will not say that when we spoke to Streger, I heard that noise, even though the book was safely tucked away. So
yes, that's the only time you've ever heard that noise, except for when you take the book out or in your dream.
if you heard that while we were talking to him, the rest of us didn't hear the noise, though, did we?
We
No.
did.
Well, you heard
didn't you
it
just say?
in your dream.
Yeah.
So actually, nobody else heard it.
I mean, when we were talking to Strager,
Yep.
if Lucas heard that noise at that point, none of us noticed the noise or heard it.
Correct.
Wait,
Because at that time he rolled really high, and the rest of us didn't. I was busy talking to Strega while he was telling us the story.
And that's your brother, right?
Strega's my brother.
Yes.
One of them.
And the conversation was typically was happening. It happened when he was talking about what was the kind of the history of Drakal, the dark things that have been happening in the past, like the Gortlioris and the shameful duty and everything else, and the true shame and all the kinds of all those things he was talking about. It was during that conversation specifically.
Lucas also later on used the drum of memory to recall the memory, and the sound wasn't there in my memory.
Dun dun dun.
Go ahead and give me, those of you who are trained in Arcana, give me an Arcana check. Just go ahead and see anybody else any insights into some of that reveal there.
Just ignore mine because I am not trained in Arcana at all. But I didn't roll.
You roll real well, yeah.
I was going to say, but I didn't roll pretty well.
Can I use guidance?
Sure, go for it. Yeah, as you kind of piece together, like, I'm trying to piece together something here. Yeah,
I literally just rolled for the fun of it.
It's okay.
I've got a +6, and I got the same as you.
Yep. Okay. So actually, I mean, something, Trevor, you know a little bit of magic. I mean, what the heck? I would say that you and Amethyst kind of piece together, like that kind of thing shouldn't. I mean, sounds disappearing from memory. That's going to be something obviously strange, something that doesn't quite fit together for this whole thing. Lucas, you sort of realize that the difference would be in the memory, like the book isn't present in the memory. I mean, so you physically had the book in the cloth with you when that conversation was taking place, but in the memory, it didn't pick up maybe. And Eldon, the implication here that it's dawning on you is the fact that this is essentially potentially powerful enough to reach across a dimensional space. That somehow responding to the conversation, and Lucas being the person holding it was the only one that heard it.
This book is so not okay in any way, shape, or form. Yes. So, uh, hmm. I mean, I do think that with us is safe. However, maybe with the, you know, Temple of Light, uh, I don't know. We could talk about it. They do take things that are bad, obviously, and put them away. Uh, but this is so not okay.
But I mean, if Lucas's master has gone in there must be a way to get him back out. There must be. It just seems like if you lock the book up, you might never ever find out what happened. And I mean, if it was somebody that I knew, I would want to know where they were, how they got there, who took them, how to get them back, or at least what happened.
Lucas saw his master in the dream.
Yeah.
His dream, and he
Right.
was obviously dominated.
Yeah.
But where is the other side? Is the question. Were you there when it happened, Mr. Lucas?
I was there when he opened the book, yes.
What did you see specifically, please?
He opened the book, and he appeared to be almost immediately dominated by something, and then tentacle-like things dragged him into the book.
To clarify this, as the memory comes back to you, Lucas, there, he was literally broken in half and pulled through. Like it literally pulled him through a space way too small for a person to fit through. And it literally broke him into pieces to pull him through.
Uh, how interesting. There are things in the outer realms that are truly terrifying. Huh. Uh, Could I like roll a history maybe? See if I've like heard of anything
Sure. Let's see if
like
let's
that.
see if you can get let's see what kind of roll you can get here.
Guidance again.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is
Is it-
theoretical 34. Oh, yes. All right.
So
Wow.
close, so close.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
34.
Wow. Okay, so Eldon, piecing this all together, the imagery, the darkness, thinking about the outer planes and or the space beyond or anything else, that there is something that you've heard in some of the most forbidden knowledge and darkest stories that you've picked up from various places there. Something called the grasping void. It is literally something beyond the planes from what there, that it reaches out and grabs things and pulls them and does bind and consume. That's those kind of words, the chant that Lucas was describing there in the dream there. This all fits to something known as the grasping void. And if this book is somehow tied to that, that essentially essentially sort of pieces this together. You don't know much about it specifically because it's just sort of like, it's one of those things that's out there. The one piece that falls into place too with this is that the binding aspect. So if the Dark King was somehow able to use the knowledge of what's in this book, could then bind other things to him. But he must have been powerful enough or made enough security, made enough precautions to not be dominated by it himself. So he somehow is able to use the power of the grasping void to bind these entities to his service, but not fall under the sway of the actual thing itself.
So while we're talking, you see Elon. He's kind of like stroking his beard, and then like is kind of like doing his little pacing thing, walking back and forth. So touches his nose. I remember this one time reading a treatise on the astral planes and the outer realms themselves, and there is a being or an idea. It's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to explain. Well, the number one, the treatise didn't know much about it, so I'm not 100% sure of. But the grasping void was the name that it. Well, he. By that I mean the author. Did mention a couple of times. Yes. So if this book is knowledge on how to use that idea or creature or let's not open it. Number one. Number two, if this is truly how, he takes like a deep breath, the Dark Lord used for binding, I don't even know what to make of that.
The Dark King?
Yes. If he was powerful enough to use this book, Lucas, by your description, I do not know if your master is still alive. From what I am thinking, it is possible that he is no longer with us. I mean, there's always the theoretical possibility that he is still living, but it seems unlikely.
Lucas's dream suggested that he was alive, but like dominated by something.
Right. See, alive has many different things that we can. So, dominated or controlled may be used as a husk for something else.
I was recently charmed by a vampire, but I was still alive. I was still who I am.
But we are talking of things that eat you and then use your shape. I mean, there are so many things that we do not know, and it is there's so much that we don't know.
He was broken and slack-jawed and red-eyed in Lucas's dream. It seems to suggest he isn't alive in the sense that we might want.
Yes.
All right.
It is a very frightening thing, for sure.
Brains.
Also, how does this? I wonder how it ties into Sora's dream.
The voice is the only thing I can say for sure that I remember. Like that sound that you just did was the same sound from in my voice.
Yeah. In your dream, there wasn't any speaking, any talking, or anything else. It was just that sound there.
Yep.
And it got louder when the hatchlings became panicked.
So, do we think this is that evil dragon appearing?
You mean the really evil one?
Yeah, the one with 5 heads.
That
I
would
don't
be
know. I don't know. It's got 5
Tiamat.
heads. Tiamat.
There's a dragon with 5 heads.
Yes, Mr. Trevor. I will. I will talk to you about it later. It is quite a long conversation, but there are some very interesting religious and historical facts tied up. We can talk about it later.
Is it possible?
So mad that I'm wearing this shirt right now.
Okay.
Is it possible
Lucas.
this dragon is in the Grasping Void?
Well, here's the other thing too, guys. That dream that we had, or I had, with Tiamat, who obviously was Tiamat. There was another dragon there too, and he was more platinum color. And that's Bahamut, if we're going by definitely saying that's Tiamat.
Do we
And
know that these two are still alive?
I was unaware that any dragons were alive. I thought that it was just the kin and like
Yeah.
the wyvern.
But you've been having conversations with Bahamut.
I've had
So
like
either
3, but yeah.
either he's alive and he's talking to you, or it was a dream, or maybe you've got a similar thing that I've got.
The
Okay.
problem with the dream is you don't know if it's present, past, or like future. So like this could be a future. Beware, this is happening in the future. This could be it happened and now you have to deal with it, or this could be it's possibly happening right now and you have a role to play in it.
But I mean, obviously, people think that dragons are dead, but you know that Bahamut's alive because you've been talking to him, and the legend or whatever it is suggests that if Bahamut is alive, then Tiamat's alive too because the two of them are connected.
Right, but I don't know that dead is the right word for it. If we're talking about that book and his master trapped them in another zone or another plane, or I'm not quite sure because I'm not nerdy. I don't understand that stuff. But like, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were dead. They were just trapped someplace else. And now they're free?
Right. But are they free? Because it seems like there's
Well,
something still in there.
if they're free, does that also mean the Black King is free? Because I thought when I was listening that meant all 3 of them got trapped inside of the plane.
well, we do know that his physical body is, well, at least his head is where we're going to right now. So, physical body, no. However, we are not. We are more than our physical bodies, yes? So, there are things that happen. We have a soul that it is very plausible that he is still alive out there, however, not taken physical form. And we need to.
But
yes.
but if that's true and he hasn't taken physical form, then how am I hearing him? And why am I the only one that is hearing him? But then again, I haven't talked to any other paladins of Bahamut either, because like we haven't met any other paladins of Bahamut for me to know.
But you spoke to your brother and he's not heard him.
Well, he doesn't believe in Bahamut. He believes in somebody else.
Oh. Maybe you're just special.
They're all imaginary friends.
Eldon takes off his goggles and rubs his eyes and puts them back on. Okay, so the problem is that we are dealing with gods, and these they break all the rules. You see, there are rules that we follow in magic. There are ways of twisting it, but these things break all of them.
Eldon,
That's because they make the rules, so they're allowed to break them.
Eldon, since when have we followed any rules?
No, there are you see, there are rules that magic follows, right?
I mean, the rules of the world.
I don't do rules.
Right. So beings this powerful do not listen to those rules. And that is the problem. It is very difficult to try and ascertain the thoughts and or capabilities of gods. Yes? I don't know how he's talking to you. It makes no sense.
None of this makes sense. But I mean,
he doesn't have to have a physical body to be able to talk to you, correct? Like, we've heard things from all sorts of things that haven't had a physical form.
Well, Trevor, the problem is that these beings have been dead and gone for
millennia.
For all intents and purposes, forever.
I just really want to see a dragon.
Sora stares at you and with her arms open.
in like Eldon's masters.
I want to see a real
Like-
dragon.
Yep. Closest thing you're gonna find around
Or
here
stick-
right now.
If thing you're gonna find to a dragon is me. So, me, dragon.
So
Yes.
I definitely can't have a pet dragon then.
No.
No,
No.
a dragon might have a pet Trevor, but you'll definitely.
I
not
look
have a
down
dragon.
so disappointed. Like, just
You see, Trevor, if the dragons come back, it is a big problem for everyone. Big
so these are
problem.
bad dragons.
Well, no, not necessarily. There are great dragons. There are bad dragons. There are just whatever dragons that will do whatever they want to do and give no mind to nobody. A dragon is their sources of power. Having one as a pet is probably not.
It's
a good
fine.
thing.
I have, and then Kodo and Podo kind of come out on my shoulders. I have. I'm good. And then Chesty's just kind of out there with me, obviously too.
If it makes you feel better, I'll make some wings for Kodo and Podo, and you can pretend they're dragons.
Oh my god, flying ferrets! Can you do that really? Eldon, get on that.
I can stick some leaves on there.
I mean,
I can't make them
I
fly.
can. Well, the thing is I can make a Manatech item that can allow them to have short flights. I can make a small harness. Although they are quite small. It might. I don't know. I'll work on it.
My ferrets are not flying. They are staying on the ground or with me.
I could have them float.
Sorry. No, that was your best line ever in this
You
whole.
can cast levitate on them and just give them a little push, so they just.
What are we talking about? Let's get back to the end of the world, shall we?
Polymorph them into birds.
Huh?
There
Well,
you go.
we really
Polymorph
should
them
be
into birds.
heading out to where we were going,
I can polymorph them into birds.
fixing that up, and
Sorry.
then we should go.
You could polymorph him into a wyvern.
Yeah, but where are we going?
We are first picking
Yeah,
up
go hunt and
my
dragon.
automatons at the tower, and then we are returning promptly to Craven's Rest to
Raven's Crest.
theoretically secure this goal. I vote we don't move it, but we secure the area. Well, I'm not sure about moving it. It would be, well, number one, we don't know what protections are there. I do have some ideas for adding additional. We could add some glyphs of warding and such to add some more magical protection. And I do vote physical as far as guards. And I was thinking of leaving one of my automatons there as well. But I am not sure what to do with the skull of a being that is this powerful. Yes.
We need to get like a bag of holding or something powerful enough to shift it away to another plane that we can still pull out if we need it.
It makes me worried because they obviously with this book now, they will probably work out that it's in Raven's Crest, aka Craven's Rest. I mean, I didn't think of it, but Lucas came up with it, and if he can come up with it, I'm sure other people can. So perhaps the only reason it's not being found before is because nobody knew where it was. But now this book's made it obvious to people who are actually looking and at resurrecting the Dark King. Perhaps they will go there. And what worries me is there are people there. There are people there that we care about. There are people there that I definitely care about. And that is obviously something that even if they don't find it, that people might get hurt, and we at least need to be there as soon as possible, I think. And if we can find the thing and, like you say, put it somewhere that is not here. But then are people still going to be, are they still going to be looking for it? Unless we go, ha ha, no, we've moved it, and then they'll come after us. They might still go to Raven's Crest.
The other unfortunate thing is that the vampire escaped. And
exactly.
Clearly that is going to bite us in the butt for sure. I am quite worried, as the fact is that they had enough time to reach the fact that the book is there. Or the skull, I'm sorry. Hopefully no one knows that you have the book. Unfortunately, we did let the temple know, and there is no telling whether or not there is anyone there that is a part of the cult, which is clearly a thing, as Amethyst discovered diving into the unfortunate individual's head. So
we've given the books back now, haven't we? Because they made a copy of it, but we got both
yes.
the books and gave them back.
Yes.
So
I think he means the black book.
Yeah, I mean the black book.
Oh, that one.
But
no one knows.
They didn't know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
No one knows that he has the black book, which, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But what is so Eldon will, after he's been looking at the sky a little bit, turn back to the boat. So we should she should be done working on the boat. Yes. I will turn. Do I see Greta working on anything, or what's happening around us?
This took place in the room at the Copperhead Inn, sort of suite there, because you wanted a private place to talk. So right. You could basically say, I will say, just to kind of move things along here, that at some point, as the conversation is winding down here, you will one of you, probably you, since you were working there, will get a sending that the ship is ready to depart. It's upon getting everyone aboard, getting all the provisions up there. So if you guys want to leave first thing in the morning, you can, or you can take off and get on the air. We'll say it's probably like late afternoon at this point, just based on what people were doing and kind of coming together. It's probably around 3 or 4 o'clock, maybe, based on what you guys were doing this morning.
Yes, thank you so much, Greta, for calling me. Well, sending me a message. We shall be there as soon as.
Yeah. Yep. So, you guys can gather your things, send off any last messages or things you want to do, and head on over to the airship yards. Actually, at this point, we'll say they're going to be parked back at the Crimson Lodge. They'll actually move the ship back over there to load it up and everything.
So, I know that we took care of the necromancer. The vampire got away, and I think she's probably going to go to Bilgewater to go and talk to Wraith and tell him what she knows about the book, what they read. So that's probably got to be something that we think about soon.
Yes, I am very happy that we built the wall and that we increased the guard and that I made traps and siege equipment. I believe that we may or may not have a issue shortly in Raven's Crest.
There's a lot of people in that town we care about.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, there is.
There's
my second cousin.
Town.
I'm sorry, Emma, let's go ahead.
No, I just said there's a part of me in that place. So, Your second cousin twice removed is there?
Yes, my second cousin twice removed. Obviously, Mr. Yes.
All
Yep.
of my retainers in our house is there.
Well, those people took us in when most wouldn't. They gave us a home just for helping them. We're responsible for all those people,
I agree.
including the ones we care about. But there's someone I hold pretty in high regards there myself. But I think we need to get there post haste.
Yeah.
I think that should be priority number one. Do they even have a docking bay for one of these? For
Most
an
airships
airship?
have a way to land on the ground or on water,
That's
depending
right.
on
You
what they
did
have.
say
Yeah,
you did say
yeah,
they could land on water too. That's right.
yeah, yeah. So there's no real large body of water around Raven's Crest, but there is an open
Yep.
area.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
yeah, there is some open space south of the town. So, you've never seen an airship land there, but you are aware that most, because the airship at the Crimson Lodge, when one would just say walk and talk, gather your things. When you're
Definitely.
at the Crimson Lodge, there it actually is on a landing pad behind the lodge building itself.
Okay.
Big flat space there, and it's sitting little extended legs at the bottom there, just the kind of one up front, two at the sides. The wings are all tucked in. It looks like it's in really good shape. You guys did a pretty good amount of work on it. A lot of the internal work was done by you guys and Greta. Just kind of getting all the messed up Manatech components realigned and reconfigured. The actual workers, the more laborer types, reattached the sails. They swapped out the sails and reattached uh, the damaged mast, the damaged yard arms that they were messed up by the ice storm that hit it. But yeah, if you get there, it looks ready to go. There
Yeah,
are
and
people
one
kind of moving as you approach. You do see people kind of loading boxes onto it.
one other thing
They'll
that sorry,
Yeah,
Jim. One
keep
other thing
going.
that
Yeah.
Lucas will mention, obviously, that obviously the boards at an Orca run would have known what the book was, because that's where it was kept. That was where it was taken from. Obviously, my master disappeared, but if you remember, one of the boards turned up at Raven's Crest, and obviously he knows that I'm still around. He was looking for Master Calthorn. I've told him obviously that he disappeared, but he obviously knows where I am.
Eldon is writing down on the list of oh crap.
Mm-hmm. One sec, go faster.
Yep.
Okay. One sec, let me get that off. Okay. So as you approach there, you'll see the crew is doing the last of the preparations there, loading gear, equipment, and the captain will is up on deck, kind of directing everybody. The first mate up there as well, and they will spot you. Uh, Captain Anthos is up there, kind of his kind of open, somewhat must appearance, kind of wild hair, the open long coat, red color and red in color there. Um, just the deckhands and everything else, just doing all the major work and everything. As you approach, they call out, and You hear Captain, good to see you. We are ready whenever you want to take off. So come on aboard and bring your stuff, and we will be in the air as soon as we can. You guys go ahead and embark, taking your things. And within a few minutes of getting in there, he calls out the order, and the ship starts to lift as he adjusts the controls on the wheel and everything else. The little landing legs kind of retract in, pull in, and the ship rises up above the canyon walls of Port Oris. The city you spent this time in, starts to fade and get smaller below you as the ship goes straight up and then takes off to the west. Now, one second. Where is my? That's the one, right? No. One moment. I want to start up a little bit of sound here for us. There it is. That's not it. Sorry, my everything got messed up in my music library there. Let's go ahead and call this one.
Ah.
Okay.
Things just got a little more intense.
So, the Daff and Jameer up in the crow's nest there kind of call out there, making sure that all the way is clear. There are a couple other airships kind of floating and other smaller, less like single, like one or two person flying vehicles kind of buzzing around in various places as you guys take off to the west. The plan was to head to the tower first. Is that correct? Varnak's tower? Okay. So, Leia, the navigator, will basically talk to the captain there, her husband, and just kind of telling him kind of the bearing to take there and directions to go there based on the route you guys have planned. And we'll switch over to our map here and zoom in a bit. So very quickly, upon clearing Port Oris, the ship sort of turned to the northwest, kind of tails up there, as the tower itself is up here. The ground moves away quickly. The sails are trimmed to pick up the wind so they can catch a little more speed, and you're not sure, Eldon, you guys didn't wire anything new in, but you definitely made a lot of repairs and everything else. So compared to the limping crawl you guys made back from Roanoke there, you guys feel a lot faster. The wind whipping by you, the ground far below, just zipping past you, as you kind of hug these hillside, heading up to the northeast. This kind of range of like small hills. It doesn't take long to really just kind of leave the lights of the city behind, all the bustle and signs of civilization, as it's just wilderness below you at this point. No sign of anyone moving around, no large creatures, no real sense of what's there down below, other than some trees, dark hillsides, and the occasional bird flying down below you among the trees and such. Is there anything you guys are specifically on the lookout for, or things you want to do before you as the trip progresses?
I do that sending to my mom.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay.
and
I'm going to be
I'm-
wary of weapons, but I'd also like to have a chat with Kiva.
All right. And Trevor, you said what?
Definitely in the nest.
Okay, so up there watching out there. Okay.
Yep.
You don't see any sign of wyvern or drakes up in this area. They don't seem to be as common in this part of the world as far as you know. But there's definitely signs of. Mostly you just see birds and the occasional kind of flying around the snowy landscape kind of below you, because you're up pretty far up above the trees at this point there. If you at least about 500 feet to 1,000 feet up.
Can I make that chattering noise when I see birds?
Yes, exactly.
Who's up there with me, Daffod or Demir, or either one of them?
One of the. Let's see. Daytime is usually
It's Daffod.
usually
daytime.
yeah,
right?
usually Daffod is up
Okay.
there in the daytime there, so
Cooler
he's kind
one.
of the quieter, older one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The more
Yeah.
gruff one. Yeah, that's right.
Jameer is a little more outgoing, but he tends to take either the later shifts in the day.
Gotcha.
Eldon is multitasking between doing some rune crafting
Okay.
and digesting that book. Like,
Well,
I'm
don't
like,
eat it. We need it. Only. No, I'm
Jen.
just kidding, sorry.
No.
Yeah.
It's fairy tales, but I am reading
Okay.
them hard.
So we will find out quickly here is that the general idea of the story is that Eldriana Gomes, famous adventurer and artificer and everything else of the age, was contracted by the family of the Runesmith Queen, the Cole family, to help construct the tomb of the Runesmith King when he passed away. They wanted to make sure that his remains and anything that they put there with him would be secure. And so, according to this, they had her helping to design and set up various traps and various safeguards within the tomb itself to prevent any kind of casual grave robbers from going in, and anyone else that might try to delve deeper would be in for some rude surprises. And there's some descriptions of some pretty interesting ideas, and some things you kind of like, there's no way that would work. Well, maybe, I don't know. So you kind of like get a little lost in some of the descriptions of like, this can't be real, or this can't. But then you kind of start thinking, well, maybe. But no, this was 600. This is like 400 years ago. They didn't have this kind of thing back then, and so there's a little bit of like back and forth with whether this is totally fiction or if this is totally, or if some of this was real. And so you kind of, but it is a pretty good read nonetheless. And there's a little bit of side adventures with problems with underground dwellers and trying to safeguard against things like Umber Hulks and things like that that might be down in sort of a tomb area. So you see kind of all these embellishments to the story that are engaging, but a little, you lose sort of the story a little bit here and there. But it's still a good read. And you're getting some ideas of what might be down there if and when you could ever go. The one thing that's never really discussed in there is the exact location. She never says where it is. There's not even a rumor, like no cryptic message about where it is. It's left out of it's conspicuously absent.
I'd say like with her description in between me like cutting, little gems here and there, I am attempting to sketch out, like with her descriptions of like rooms and like my knowledge of how structures are built, like making a like this could be a map from the story, and I've just been kind of like sketching that out. And in my little like hologram mana technician thing is what I'm using, is like it's like kind of, so around me I have the book in front of me. I'm holding my gem cutting or rune cutting, and then I have like my holographic like projector manatech thing or magical technique, what's that little feat
Tinkering.
or tinkering feat, yeah, where I can create little holograms. I'm like reading,
How many hands do you have?
drawing, like
Not enough.
Right?
not enough.
Jesus. How are you gym cutting and reading a book? That's my question. It's like
And
double
rolling them out.
work.
I said I'm multitasking. My mind just
Well-
increased. Like Eldon is like
I-
all sorts
I would.
of.
I can totally picture your homunculus holding the book for you. Just like,
Yes.
like just sitting there, like,
Yeah.
And then you're
In
familiar,
retrospect, that could
you're familiar
happen.
turning the pages. You
Yes.
kind of nod to familiar turns the page. Yeah, so
Breaks.
definitely an odd assortment of things here. Eldon's kind of delving into that. Okay, very good. We'll get into some things about that in the future, obviously.
Yeah.
Amethyst. Are you going to
Yeah.
try to do a full conversation with Kiva, like last time?
Yeah, I'll message her and just say, can we have a chat? Are
Sure.
you busy?
All right. And so you sending, and within a moment or two, and it's about at this point probably about 6 o'clock or so. You guys are well into the air. It's not dark yet, but it's getting to be. The sun is starting to go down a little bit, and you it's there. You'll she kicks back in there, and a voice that you've heard you heard a couple times before there pops back in there. Amethyst, all right, good to see you. And it's a little bit like Professor Martinet's voice, accent-wise at least, but a little more exaggerated.
Right.
Being from Southern Guermont. Well, how you doing there, little one? How's my favorite cat girl?
Oh, not so bad. How are you?
It's hanging in there. It's a little bit strange. The giants are pretty riled up right now, and so I'm actually in the stone giant hall, finding out what's going on, and yeah, it's a little weird here. A lot more lively than it usually is this part of the world. But what can I help you with?
I just want to say as well that if any of the others are sort of around, I'll do it
Mhm.
with them around, and I will fill them in on what she's telling me as she's saying it,
Okay.
kind of thing as
Yeah.
well, so that
So
they
yeah,
don't
I mean,
get my
whoever
half
wants
of the
to
conversation.
whoever wants to be present for the conversation can. You can it's probably
Yeah.
either down in your rooms below decks, or maybe out in the common area down below there. There's
Yeah.
people kind of coming and going, but they're all kind of doing their own thing, and people heading over to the galley to get some food and back out to the dining, the eating area and stuff. Again, the ship, besides the main deck crew that you guys run into here, there's only about 6 other crew members that kind of do the laboring aspect and kind of do the deckhand kind of thing. It only takes about a dozen or so to fully run the ship as it stands.
Okay.
And we'll switch on over to and just to give you an idea of where Kiva is, we'll just kind of. She is somewhere down, actually, here.
Right.
So she doesn't say exactly where, but somewhere she mentions the Silver Spine Mountains down here. And Lucas, I wanted to make one correction, so I'm not sure if I messed this up or not there. Just to clarify your story, you ended up here at the kind of the northern Airy Mountains, where you're the cave where you had your encounter with your master, because then you came down through this pass and across over to Port Oris over here. Yeah.
And then where did we all meet? Did we all meet in that like pass? Is
Port
that where?
Oris, wasn't
Or
you
did
sort
we
of
all meet in
met-
Port Oris? The 3 of us.
Sort of met, yeah, in and around Port
Yeah.
Oris. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I remember.
So Kiva's down here, somewhere in the Silver Spine Mountains, somewhere kind of this here. Again, the Thundering Steppes is major giant territory. Lots of hill giants, tribes running around there. The goblins over here, and over in here is where stone giants are known to be. So she kind of tells you she's that part of the world at least.
So, are you with like a bunch of people, or are you part of a group?
Yeah, we're kind of doing a little bit of troubleshooting and such, and I've had some connections over here. There's some Goliath folk and some other adventure type people, and we've done some work for the stone giants on occasion for things that they can't really deal with. Big guys can't fit into little spaces.
Right, okay. Nice.
Yeah, there's something trouble with the hill giants, especially. They getting all riled up there, and they're just kind of just making a mess, fighting amongst themselves and trying to push up into the mountains and just causing all kinds of ruckus. There's some sort of a person with the what's the best way to describe this here? They're kind of being the ones causing the biggest problems are being led by this chain wielding barbarian Goliath thing. I mean, he's I don't know, to just like wielding chains and all kinds of nasty things, and they've been they've been leading them off into fighting with the other kinds and causing all kinds of problems down here. So the stone giants asked for some help and acting as scouts and finding out troop movements and such like that, and helping deal with this stuff down here.
You're okay though, right?
Way. Oh yeah. I got some good people around me, and I tend to stay out of sight.
Okay, good. With that red hair of yours?
Well,
put your hood up.
You pull it back and put a hood up. It's fine. It's no big deal.
Okay.
Yeah. I know how to stay out of sight. It's kind of my thing.
That's good.
And so yeah, there's she doesn't seem to be something going on with somebody, some chain wielding maniac like driving the hill giants and ogres especially down in that area, to essentially causing problems and havoc.
Right, okay. I also kind of want to tell her about the other stuff, but it might be better to do it more privately. Maybe later. I will say that I have got some other stuff to tell you.
All right.
But I want to give her a heads up about Wraith as well, and about the thing that he's looking for. I don't think I've mentioned that to her already.
Well, I know he was always troubled and kind of kept to himself all the time. I would try to talk to him on occasion, and then kind of like I did others, but he always tried to hide himself away and just clammed up and wouldn't talk a lot. So occasionally have a little bit of conversation, but he as we got older, I don't know, I think he was always having trouble with goblins and some of the other people there in Gezrek, and I think he just grew up dark. And
I think that it's a shame that he can't actually, I mean, at the moment it's not, but he wasn't ever able to reach out and talk to any of us like the rest of us have been able to. Well, he's not been able to look and see us. He doesn't know what any of us look like or sound like or anything. So I can understand this paranoia, but at the same time, I'm very worried about what he's becoming.
Last time I tried to speak with him and actually have a conversation kind of like this, his voice sounded kind of strange. I mean, he's always kind of a gruff and nasty kind of person, but it had this weird echoey effect to it. I don't know, something to do with whatever he's delving into, but I mean, I can't see what's going on with him, but I can definitely hear there was a change at some point.
Well, I told you about the sword.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I'm just gonna say it. He's an evil little piece of shit. I think
Okay.
just from what I've heard him doing, and if he's doing other bad stuff, I don't know. I just think
I
He's
have experience with little evil pieces of shit.
But is it actually him, or is it the effect that this,
I would
thing
say
has had on him?
whatever he's tapped into, he was not a pleasant person well before that.
Okay, that's good to know.
He went from being bullied to being a bully, and I just think that he's got a lot of pent up anger and a lot of pent up. Some people just aren't right in the head. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to
It
say.
just sucks that we're gonna have to kill him, because obviously it'd be like us killing one of us at the same time.
That's gonna be like.
Dunno.
Well,
as far as Addie's concerned, not very pleasant, I should think. So.
well, I think we'll cross we'll cross that gorge when we come to it, right?
Right.
Right.
Yep.
So
I'll let you go then.
Yeah. I get some food here and probably do a little nighttime wandering around to see if there's anything going on out there. But I'll keep you posted if anything's going on.
Take care and let us know if there's anything we can do.
Will do. I think we're kind of a half continent away at this point, but based on what.
Yeah.
Did you tell her approximately where you're at some point?
I can do, yeah.
Okay, so she would recognize where the especially Port Oris. She's like, oh yeah, I know where that is. Yeah, it's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's pretty far away at this point. So.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Anyway, anything else anyone else has? The connection will sever. You kind of hear the quiet kind of settle back in, and that sort of that feeling of connection is gone away there. And just as you do that, I would just say you sort of have that image once again of candle flame, just in your mind, not a full vision. You sort of have that fleeting image of your candles like flickering in sync for a little while there, and then hers kind of going off and yours kind of going off on its own there, and so your candles sort of diverge once again.
Oh.
As the image shifts away. So anyone else?
Lucas will be talking to Amethyst, practicing his Sylvan.
Okay. I was going to slink off and talk to Alia, but okay, fine.
Yeah.
Not exclusively, obviously, when you've got time.
Yeah. It's going to take about, based on that distance here, about 2.5, 3 days to get there. One thing I will say is that the captain's willing to push a little bit harder, with the sails being intact and with all the accumulators being fully charged. You're thinking, Eldon, those and those of you who are working, who've been paying a little more attention to the workings of the ship there. He's definitely pushing a little bit further than he was earlier. And so what might have taken 3.5 days is going to take about a day less than that, based on the speed he's pushing things. He's running full sails all the time. And he's actually powering down accumulators and essentially flying a little bit lower than he would normally have to. So they're kind of, again, trying to make up time. So you guys can have. By the way, actually, you guys can go ahead and have a conversation. Practice your Sylvan. Anything else you want to talk about?
I will tell Amethyst that when I got the Sending Stone, I used it to talk to my mother.
Cool. How is she?
The very little information I got from her, I am assuming she's good. She just gave birth to a new clutch, and I have a brother and a sister. And that's new.
Yeah.
And from my clutch, I have a sister, and her name is Doldress.
Right.
She's so nerdy.
That's good. It's a good place to go for information if you need any. Look at Eldon, it's like a walking dictionary slash thesaurus slash encyclopedia.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
I don't know. 90% of the time, I usually hear with the important information and then start toning him out.
Yeah. But it's definitely a walking library. If you need any information, Eldon's definitely got something for you. Even if it is just blah, blah, blah.
This is
Hi, Eldon.
what is
Do you go to where Eldon is?
that?
Wow.
No.
Okay.
I was having a private moment with my mom. Found Amethyst to tell her where I was by myself. You know, the whole not wanting to split the party thing.
Yeah, definitely.
We're on an airship.
Even though we're on an airship, there's not many places.
I think we're okay
go.
splitting the party when we're on an airship.
Yeah, I figure Eldon would be like kind of off on his own
Sure,
because I'm busy.
makes sense.
Definitely.
You're definitely so. I would just say you guys are going to make, as I mentioned, make pretty good time. And after a couple of stops, probably only 2 stops compared to. Oops, there we go. Need to maneuver the map there.
It's a foxhole.
Yep.
What is that?
It's actually short for forecastle. So aft
okay.
castle, forecastle, and so forecastle is kind of the front part of the ship. So they call it the foxhole.
Okay.
I could be totally wrong about this. If anyone out there wants to correct my maritime knowledge, there, I'm probably butchering that, but that's my understanding at least. But it stands for forecastle. Anyway, yeah. So the ship makes some excellent time. Again, you pushing the sails, pushing the accumulators as far as they'll go. They managed to get there in about 2.5 days, and you managed. So between Trevor's keen eye and those of you watching for any signs of that are familiar, what catches your eye first is the giant tree that's by the tower there. And let me just pull that back up because that map is here. Oops, hold on. Let's see. We're talking about. Yep. So in flying into this area, and we'll zoom way out on this map again, we can go ahead and get rid of some extra things that are here. Again, there's this tree just to the southeast of the actual little hillside where the tower is, and it is a massive, one of the largest trees you guys have ever seen. And so the ship is kind of able to steer to the left of that and put down sort of right on top of where Eldon's sitting right now. yeah, pretty much right. Yeah. So the ship's able to put down down over there. Let me drop the ship in, because I can do that too. Let's see here. We have.
Do you say it takes three days to get there, Jim?
3.5 to 4 days typically. Normally, there we go. Make this a little smaller now, so it's about. Normally on foot it would take about a week. The ship takes about half that, and he actually pushed it a little bit more to get it in there faster beyond that. There. So he kind of puts the ship down right around. Hey, now, be nice to me. Right around there.
On the 3rd morning, Jim.
Yeah.
When Lucas wakes up and everyone sees him for the first time, he has a full beard.
What?
What?
Yep.
Did you have any beard at all the day before?
No.
No,
Nope.
wait.
You've grown a full beard overnight.
Yeah.
He used
You-
a potion.
I forgot, like lycanthropy or something. What's going on?
There,
Let me see if I get that. I had that picture. I'm gonna pull that picture up there and see if I
there
can.
is an elf with a beard. That is very disconcerting.
Well, don't forget he is a half elf.
Half elf.
Okay, half
Yeah,
elf.
so it's not unheard of for half elves to
Yeah.
have some facial hair. But let me see if I can get him.
He doesn't
on
all of a sudden
screen
have-
here.
I was gonna say he doesn't all of a sudden have the dwarven belt of strength, does he?
Oh, you got it? Did you already drop it in there? I was gonna drop it in the main so everyone can see you. Oh, hold on, wrong thing. Let's see here. Where did that picture go? Darn it! Sorry, it did not drop where it was supposed to. Try one more time. Okay. Anyway, a picture will be forthcoming. I'll just leave it at that for right now. I can't quite get it. Image. Oh, you gotta be a pain in the butt on me here. Come on, one more time. There it is. Sorry, folks. I just wanted to get this showing up. There you go.
Nice.
I love it.
I hate it.
I
And
love how
you
the
will-
girls don't like it and the guys are loving it.
Yep. And so one thing you will note at some point someone will spot the difference there is that Lucas is wearing sort of an ornate looking belt currently.
I am not the one to notice that.
I mean it's a magic item, so you probably would.
Oh yeah, I probably would actually. Yeah.
Is it a belt of hirsuteness?
Sort of.
Is it a belt of dwarven kind?
That it is, yes.
Yeah.
I was right. I just said that, kidding, and sure enough,
Yep.
Does it make you have a beard?
yes, it does.
Yeah.
If you
If
roll,
don't-
I don't even know if you have to
50
roll or not. But
50% chance on each day when you wake up. Yep.
ironically
What
enough,
the hell?
a guy named Grog the Scourge, which is a friend of mine, joined the chat as he got the beard, which is kind of funny because Grog's
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
kind of a funny coincidence right there.
Hi there, Grog.
Yeah, that's a buddy of mine.
So
Just
yes,
muted
so
myself.
now... Oh, sorry.
I'm just muting myself so I can enjoy the shenanigans.
Go for it.
So, yes, we now have a bearded half elf among the group there, with a little bit tougher than he used to be. So you're able to so between you and the crew, when you get in there, you're able at this point to deal with any like vermin that happens to be out there. There's nothing big. There's nothing big inside there. You know how to avoid and deal with the assassin vines that are still on the outside of the building. And are able to get down at least into the area where the automatons are. You're able to get down into the basement where the seal is, and using the crewmen and your cells and the automatons, which are able to move just very slowly at this point there, you're able to get the 2 animated armors and the 1 iron statue.
Right.
It's not a golem. It's not an iron golem. It's an iron statue. And I will have those stats for you at some point here down the road.
While they are leaving, I'm like literally hanging onto the side of onto the back of them, like fixing their heads and stuff like that, and
Sure.
shoulders, and yeah, I'm like, yeah.
A lot of
While
what
we're-
needs to be done is adjustments and oiling and getting in. Like I said, they're moving slowly. I mean, they're literally moving at like 10 feet per round. So they're kind of like clump, clump, clump. So it takes a good hour to get them up onto the ship. Between that, and so between them getting up there and the workers removing the seal, the seal from the base, you're able to get them get everything loaded up, and so you now have yeah, not that seal, the conjuration core, as it was called there, the
teleportation.
Yep. So you now have like the central piece that you need to craft your teleportation circle, the most expensive and longest longest component of that permanent setup there. No. So about an hour or so after landing there, you're able to the two animated armors, the one iron statue, and the conjuration core are all aboard.
Perfect.
And the ship is after a little bit of time, they take a little extra time to let things recharge a little bit, and just kind of keep some of the hunter folk, some of the folks here will kind of try to take down some meat. Daffin and Jameer, especially, being the sharpshooter type people they are, along with Trevor, I assume, can take down an elk or a deer or so to have a little extra rations or extra food on the way back. Galley Joe is happy to have some fresh meat aboard there, as the bizarre-looking pot-bellied elf who runs the kitchen basically gets to work on dealing with the fresh meat and setting things up. All right then. Let's see. I believe I actually do have those. One sec here.
While this is happening, I'm going to be going round all of the crew on the ship and seeing if anybody's got a razor
Oh yeah, definitely.
to give to Lucas.
I've got a razor.
Hey, Amethyst, look what I found, and I picked up it from one of the shops, and I'll point out my steel mirror.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah.
So now you'll know where to trim.
Okay, so yeah, you're
look at my teeth.
So yeah, you're able to get things loaded up there and off within a couple of hours after doing the meat there, cleaning up the meat there, getting the automatons, and well, then you start working on them. You realize you're going to need to do some hefty work there. The iron statue has basically what you could assume a large accumulation of rust in a lot of the joints that would need to be actually worked on and dealt with. And
I need my workshop.
the thing's been sitting in one place for 2 centuries. It's not moving too well. The animated armor, while it's somewhat enchanted, the components there again are full of dust and grime and just the neglect. So you're able to at least get them moving a little bit and keeping them there, but you're going to need to actually get in there with your workshop and get them all fixed up. Anything else he wants to do while they're in all in the region here? Okay. Well, then the Sable Drake takes back to the air, and let me just zoom back in here, and we'll just show the route. The route back is almost straight to the southwest. It's more south than west, as you're able to kind of head back down there. And one thing that the captain does to kind of help in this area, he actually navigates over more to the west until he actually is able to see the road that goes north-south out of Ravenscrest, and just basically follows the road south. The one problem he's going to have in here, and Eldon, you realize this is going to be an issue. There are no clearings. This is all thick forest along here, so landing in this area is going to be very, very difficult.
Oh shoot!
because remember the whole region north of Ravenscrest is all thick forest,
Right.
where all the logging takes place and everything. So,
Yeah.
Trevor, with your sharp eyes and Daffod and Jameer, you'll be able to pick out some clearings. It's going to be very. You're able to kind of. You guys are watching closely to find any place where the ship could land. So basically, the captain's calling out there, "We need a place to land within the next hour," kind of thing, and you guys are just like staring around there. One thing, Trevor, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Absolutely.
Guidance.
You would be with it's up in the crow's nest.
Oh, just kidding. I can't guidance.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not going to
He's
be a bad roll though.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a +5 in perception. So.
Yeah. So you do spot a decent clearing there, and along the road, you will spot something else. And so the captain, because he's trying to conserve some power there, isn't flying as quite as high as normal. So he's basically kind of brushing the trees there, kind of zooming along. You will spot a decent clearing you can land in, but B, there's a figure sort of running along on the. Now again, this isn't really a road as a paved road. It's more of it's the road the logging vehicles use to go back and forth through the logging stands north of the city. It's more of a trade route than it is a full-on road. But you see a figure kind of stumbling and running along the road. You pointed out to we'll say it's Jameer because it's a little later in the day, and Jameer spots it too and says, "Got there may be trouble down there. Someone's running from something." Oh, sorry. Yeah.
What I hear.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. Jameer calls it out there. Essentially, yeah. So,
I'll look over the side of the.
Okay.
Yeah,
You see. So again, you're pretty high up at this point. You're probably about 100 or 200 feet up in the air at this point. But you can definitely spot a figure who's kind of like definitely running along the road. And even without a perception check, they're kind of running and stumbling a bit. They're not like running like full sprint in a straight line there. They occasionally like stumble a little bit or stagger to the side and keep going. But they're definitely on the run from something. And those of you, so Lucas and Sora, go and give me perception checks as well.
Because I'm oh so good at that.
Well, you're the one looking over the edge, so let's see what you get.
That's true.
Okay.
If I hear it, I'll have a look as well. I'm not gonna
Sure.
ignore it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm waiting for it to load.
No worries. Yep.
You didn't load it yet?
I had Roll20 up, or not Roll20. I had D&D Beyond up.
D&D Beyond.
Do you want me to do a perception as well?
I think,
Or not?
yeah, if you want to, go for it. Go for it. Yeah. So Sora, you kind of watching the guy, and you definitely see him kind of moving along there. Amethyst, Sora, you kind of point out to Amethyst, and you both see this person kind of moving along there, and they're wearing a cloak, obviously, and kind of stumbling and staggering a bit. So you'd be, oh yeah, there he is. I see him. But Lucas, two things that you'll spot with that amazing roll. First of all, you kind of like watching him for a moment there, and he's obviously, based on the way he's moving, he's injured. You can't tell what's going on there, but he's definitely kind of. You can see him kind of like hunching and kind of occasionally staggering to the left and left there. But he's definitely like hunched over, like he might be holding like his stomach or his abdomen or something like that. But he's running kind of hunched over a little bit. And with that roll, you will spot maybe 50, 60 yards behind him. There's someone moving through the trees, following after. You can't make out, again, you can't make out like details about that person, but there's definitely someone. You'll see something. They're definitely wearing dark clothing. And with that too, you'll see that the person running is wearing a green cloak. But somebody with darker clothing is about 50, 60 yards behind him, following after. You can't make any details about that, but you definitely see that there's somebody following after him.
Does the green cloak got any significance?
Really specifically, just the fact that you, I mean, it's something you definitely take note of.
It's what, Sora?
So
No.
what are we? We're gonna drop
Yeah.
down there as fast as we can, please.
So,
We're gonna go and help.
okay. So, who's doing what now? Who's planning to do what here?
Now that I notice that everyone is like starting to look over the edge and talking, I will climb off of the automaton. And what is happening? What?
Is there a rope ladder off the edge of the ship that could lower us down?
Not that we reach, not 200 feet down, no.
No, but like it could get us down closer, right? So I could fall.
Maybe 30 or so feet.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
it's not designed to like reach that far down. The ship would actually have to land a bit. So, unfortunately, you are in a lot of trees, so the ship can't really go down without actually scraping along the trees in this area here. So, there is a place to land, maybe about 200 yards up to the right. There's at least a spot that might be the ship could put down there. It's going to take some maneuvering to get into that space, though. So the captain is starting to lower a little bit and sort of maneuver toward that spot that Trevor saw.
Can I see 30 foot in front of the guy that's running away?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's staying along the logging road.
I'm gonna shoot myself to that point then.
Okay, taking anybody with you?
No,
I'll go.
on my own. I'm going on my own from there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you
we can jump off, and I can catch us.
sweet. Sora won't take her time. She will just put two arms over there, kick her feet over, and begin.
Oh, sure. When I jump binding, I get in trouble for it.
I will cast Feather Fall on us as we are falling off of the ship.
Why did you cast that on me when I?
didn't they buy an item for? Oh, that was Lucas. Never mind.
Yeah, that was Lucas.
When I remember that, I was like, wait a minute.
Never mind. Yep, somebody has one. The person doesn't need it now. Okay. All right. So Eldon, how are you taking you and Sora?
Yeah, I can take up to 5 willing creatures. So.
Oh, then.
Is Trevor coming?
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah. Okay.
Yeah, from the crow's nest.
So the four of you start to drop and 50 per round. So it'll take a couple of rounds to hit the ground.
Yeah.
Lucas, you are essentially 30 feet ahead of the guy, and you stop and look there, and you recognize him. It takes a moment, but this is Brevalor, the half elf from the wagon that you guys met that had the lunar elk and the Yuan-Ti.
Yeah, with the okay.
Yes, and you will notice two things because I'm kind of still playing off that last roll you made there. You'll see that A, you recognize Brevalor. B, he's paler than usual, and he's holding his stomach, and there is blood.
Oh boy!
Like he is definitely wounded, and he's kind of staggering along there. He doesn't seem to see you at first because he's not. He's kind of looking at the ground, trying to and he's obviously occasionally he'll look over his shoulder and then just kind of keep moving forward.
I'll run up.
So,
he's close.
You guys are still floating at this point. So
yeah, we're
so,
we're 2.5 rounds away, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. So essentially, I will say that as you're floating down toward that way, you will see a little more of the detail of the fact that you're kind of dropping down. So you're 60 feet down at this point. It's still about would say you're still about 140 feet from the ground.
Then next round, I will open up my turret, force turret, and then as a bonus action, I will shoot in front of that dark figure to try and stop him.
Okay. You don't see him yet. You didn't roll have to see him. Yeah. So essentially, you're kind of jumping down toward there. Only person spotted the dark figure back there was Lucas.
Lucas will call out Brevolor's name. I'll say, Brevolor. Get his attention.
And he looks up and kind of pauses for a moment. And like, oh, you, what, and please, and he looks up and notices the airship floating above as well. Please, I need assistance. Someone, I was shot. Please help me. And he actually starts kind of staggering toward you at this point there.
Yeah, I would take off towards him.
I'll head
Okay,
towards him, and then
Okay.
We're still
just
floating.
I'll say, just come with me, and I'll dimension door back up to the ship with him.
Let me. Can I cure wounds on him first?
I can't believe you
it-
just
We're in
dimensioned
the-
us back at the ship.
Yep.
We're in the
You're still,
middle
so you're
of
on the
the
way
sky.
down.
When I land, I'm gonna basically when I land, I'll run up to him before Lucas does that and cure wounds on his stomach.
So essentially, what's happening here is that you guys are falling 60 feet, then 60 feet. Lucas has dimension door down. We're up 2 of them, and you fall 60 more feet. So you're about 20 feet from the ground at this point there. And now Lucas dimension doors back up with him onto the ship,
I guess I will not.
and then
cure
you
wounds
land.
Such a dick.
We're here to take the guy who's chasing
So,
him. That's why we're here.
Yeah, we're here to stop the dude.
So you pause there. You look around there. The 4 of you on the ground now. Give me a perception checks to see as you're looking around here, seeing what's going on there. You will spot there is blood on the ground on the road there where Brevolor is running. So you'll spot at least that he was wounded. So
Why is
Lucas, you are
not come up. Oh, there.
back up on top. I would say if you want to, you can any kind of healing you have there, Lucas, or if you have a potion or anything else you can give him.
Next round.
I didn't see
healing on him.
squat.
Okay. Whoops. I have nothing to roll here. And let me roll for something else that's happening over here. Never mind.
I have to have somebody point it out to me because I don't see anything.
Okay, cool. All right. So let me just see something real fast. What is this person's skill? Where are you? Come here. Come here. Sorry. Need to pull up the sheet. There he is. Okay. So yeah, Eldon Sora, you're kind of like seeing the ground, you're kind of and looking up and getting the lay of the land there. Trevor and Amethyst, however, you will see that someone is about at this point from where you guys are is about maybe 100 feet back away from you. It's about 100 feet back on the trail there, and you see someone duck into the trees, just kind of off the road into the trees back there. Amethyst, you will take note that this person seems to be fairly small sized.
Like small, like Trevor.
Amethyst knows this. Yeah.
You said he was
Maybe.
shot, right?
Well, again, you didn't see this.
But
Only
he
person who
said,
saw you was shot was Lucas.
right, but he said it, right? Would we have heard him from there or no?
We were
It's
far
literally-
away.
Okay, we were too
I
far away.
mentioned
He did
Yeah,
say
we
it,
were-
but we were too far away. Okay,
We
got
were
it.
too far away.
Yeah.
We have teleported. We see blood.
Absolutely. No, I got you.
Yep.
Understood.
Lucas, he's like, thank you. I don't know what's going on, but something bad, something terrible. I'm glad I found you. I was actually coming this direction to, well, anyway. And he's sort of stammering and having a hard time, obviously out of breath, and though the wound is covered over for the most part there, he obviously took a pretty decent, and you'll see that not only was there he looks to be have been shot in the lower as a wound in his lower right abdomen. There's another one on the back right shoulder. Not as deep as the main one there, but definitely a second shot, a second wound on the right shoulder.
I'll activate my sending stone and send to Lucas.
Okay.
Mr. Lucas, what are we looking at here? Anything that he is saying? What is he saying? Yes, and of course, any. Yep.
I'll obviously heal him, but then I'll ask him who shot him. What's going on?
I don't know. It was it was uh, it was early this morning. I was someone. I didn't see who it was. I just was hit by something in the abdomen, and then as I ran, something hit me in the shoulder. I don't know. Um, I never got a good look at the person, unfortunately. Why they were
Wh-
trying to kill me, I don't know.
Where's the rest of your caravan?
They're far away, far away. They're. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know what they were doing. I didn't know why they were here. But really, something must be done. And we'll cut back to people on the ground here.
Obviously, I'll reply to Eldon that he's been shot. But that's all
Okay.
I know so far.
All right.
I will point out the person running in this direction to Sora. Like,
Actually,
there.
they ducked into the trees off kind of
Oh, they
perpendicular to
did.
the road. They weren't running toward you. Essentially, they saw you guys land, probably, and
Right.
then just into the trees.
So
Right,
Eldon would Eldon relay that message to us?
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the wound like?
Well, it's ascending, so you can't talk back there. It's just
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
You
Mr.
gotta learn how
Lucas
that works.
said that it was that gentleman that we assisted with the caravan, and I'm going to like hold up my gauntlet, and I've got my turret ready to rock and roll. Yeah. We need to be careful. Yes.
So a small person shot him.
Yes. No other details.
Did he look Trevor Small or Eldon?
They're about the same.
Mr.
Yeah,
Lucas,
him and I are
did
like
not
only
say-
inches apart. That's what she said.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I had to
I
throw
think
it
I'm
in.
like
But to
three.
Trevor,
He's like 2 or 3 inches smaller than I am, so like that can really.
well, those 3 inches could make all the difference.
Tell me about it. No, I'm sorry.
I am 3
sorry.
foot even. 3 foot
I'm
even.
sorry.
Right. So, all right. So you guys are looking off in that direction there. You don't see the person. They're not in view currently. They're definitely have moved off to your right into the trees. You don't see them like running or anything else to that. I mean, so you guys made some pretty decent perception checks. But whoever they are, they're about 100 feet away up the road and went into the trees.
Can I hold an action for if I see them to fire on them?
If you want to, yes.
Yes.
So you basically with your cannon or with a spell.
Both.
Okay, but you only do an action, so you can't do
Okay,
both.
we'll do the magic missile gauntlet.
Okay, so your gauntlet's all primed, ready to go. Okay.
Yep.
How about the rest of you? What are you doing?
I'm gonna hold it. If we can get in range of him whatsoever, I'm 100 marking him.
Okay,
I am.
What's the range of 100
Go ahead.
mark real fast?
60 feet. I think.
Yeah,
I'll double check.
He's definitely beyond that. So if you're
No, I'm sorry. 90 feet. I'm sorry.
Okay. You need to move. You would need to move closer to get into range.
Mhm.
Spot him. So he did. If he, unless he moves toward you. So at that point, if you're thinking he's going to move toward you.
Right.
Sora's gonna go into the forest area where Amethyst pointed and just start running.
Guess you just run up. So you run up the road there and head in that direction.
Trevor's only going to follow if he's not going to run ahead as much as he wants to, because you know what he's thinking at this point. But whether he's right or wrong, but he's not going to be stupid about it either. He's too good of a hunter for that. So he's going to stay with the group and move forward slightly.
So Eldon's got the gauntlet prep there.
Yep.
Sora starts to move forward. Trevor sort of like kind of split the difference between the two of them. How about you, Amethyst?
I'm sorry. Could I have as a bonus thing go ahead and have my familiar jump on Sora's back?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
You can. So you basically. So Sora, you have a little clockwork owl thing like land on your
spider.
shoulder.
I don't.
The homunculus or the familiar.
Homunculus. The familiar is still next to me.
Gotcha. You say it's familiar. That's why I was confused. So.
Yeah, my bad. Homunculus. I do have
homunculus spirit there up on your shoulder. Okay.
Little spider.
I'm going to head into that direction and get my prepare to use Mind Spike if I see him.
Okay. So you
I don't
guys.
like people hiding from me.
Okay. All right. So you guys see all of that, and as you're moving forward there, after you make your move, you see your view there. You hear a voice call out. Trevor, is that you?
Oh God.
I'll stop moving.
I open up my eyes. You've never seen
And
him like that.
Trevor, you recognize that voice.
It's a big brother. Is that you?
And we're gonna pause there for a break.
Wait, the
'cause-
fuck? What? No! I don't like it. I knew you were gonna do it too. Because it's 7:06, and I knew. But that's fine.
So we're gonna pause for a quick break here. Grab some drinks. Do what you need to
I
do.
will grab a drink.
I will be right back as well.
Almost pissed
so,
myself.
Okay. And welcome back. So, Trevor, is that you? And you
Come
don't
out.
see, they don't
Yeah.
step out.
Come out, wherever you are.
And you will see those of you still on the road. And Lucas you're still up on the deck of the ship there, but you can kind of see them glancing over the ship there. You can see them kind of like looking in the direction that you saw the dark clothed figure.
And I will say this: if he
Man
has,
steps out,
sorry, go ahead.
and he is
And
similar, very much so, in size and build to Trevor, wearing a long black coat, similar to the coat that Trevor was wearing originally, and wearing a black hat, and holding in his hand a pistol, a gun of some kind.
I do not shoot him.
Okay, he just steps out and, Trevor, is that you?
Now, what do you think, Seb?
I think
You haven't aged a day, but as far as you know, you have some deep, deep explaining to do. Just tell me yes or no. Did you do it?
Can I see him? Sorry to
he
interrupt.
kind of. And you definitely see him. He does step out at this point there, and you guys see the figure there. He looks at you, cocks his head, and like, him? Yeah, I shot him. Yeah, that's right.
Not him.
He deserved it.
I know you shot him. He has a fucking bullet hole in him. That's not a direct concern of mine. You know who I speak of. Did you do it or didn't you? Keep in mind, brother, I will know.
And he honestly looks, and those of you with an insight there, decent insight there, he's confused. Kill who? What are you talking about?
Our parents.
No.
Can I, just in case, whether I think he's honest or not, do a perception check?
Insight check would be this.
Or insight check, sorry, yeah.
Sure, go for it.
Figures the one thing
Right. Can I
And if
detect
that looks like
thoughts
what
on
I
him?
think it is, that's
You
going to
want
be
to
nat
go
20.
for it? Excellent.
So if he, oh my gosh.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I'm hitting him or not. That's why I was asking if I could see him.
You're probably about 60 feet away or so you could get to him in a move and a dash.
Mhm.
You couldn't attack him on that round there, but you're 60 feet away from him.
Not-
Trevor, you're about, I would say, 80 feet away.
If Sora's ready to fight, I'm going to look over and shake my head, like give her like a not yet situation.
I can't see you. You're behind me.
Yeah. So
You will have to use.
You're like
I
20 feet
am going to
behind
be
her.
like, I am while I'm doing that. Don't take this as an attack, brother. And then I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on him right now. Doesn't
Okay.
hurt him, obviously, or anything like that. But if
He looks back and
leaves,
he's
I
shocked
grab
there.
him.
And at that point, he does point the gun off in not
I
directly at you,
immediately,
but in,
yeah.
in the
My
direction
pistol
of you guys.
Yeah, my pistol immediately comes out.
Okay. All right. So he's like, what's this? What are you doing? I don't
I
understand.
am not going to lose you again. And if you're so interested in not being found, what are you running from?
Brother, I'm not running from anything. I'm hunting.
Who are you going after?
People that did this.
Did
People
what?
responsible.
For Mom and Pa.
Yeah.
You swear to me, on my life and yours, you had nothing to do with it. Then who did? And why didn't you ever tell me about it?
You were gone. It happened after you left.
You could have sent a message. I have been looking for you for a decade. Over a decade at this point.
I think your time is a little bit skewed there, brother. This only happened a couple of years ago.
I'm going to retcon that for a few more years.
No worries. I mean, you've been off in the military for. I mean, you went off to the military. I stayed on the ranch. I took care of everything. Like we agreed on. I wanted you to go out and see the world. I gave you your gear you walked off with. What's
I've been told something completely different. I was told specifically that you're the one who did it. But from what you're telling me, I don't really have much of a choice but then to believe you.
I can detect thoughts if you like.
This is the one time where I highly suggest you do that.
so with this you can definitely
because I mean I rolled
say
a
in his
nat
head.
20. If he was lying, I would know.
Yeah, he is
He's
not
as
seem to be
truthful as
lying at all.
possible.
Okay.
Yeah. And he actually, at this point, the guns, he kind of puts the gun up there.
Loa,
They did it.
who is
That
they?
man and the people with him. They're the ones who did it. I've been after them ever since, well, what happened? Understand here. You weren't there. You were off doing the things that you were supposed to be doing. You're off protecting the world and saving people and being in the military and doing all the things that you do.
I'm gonna walk up right to him and just keep going.
Okay, so you guys all see Trevor like walk past Sora, and it's about 80 feet. So you're kind of
Pistol not
you were
drawn.
kind of shouting back and forth. I mean, his pistol's still out, but he's not pointing it at you.
My pistol's down, and I'm walking directly towards him. My pistol's like holstered, and I'm just gonna start walking to him.
I'm gonna walk 25 feet behind Trevor.
Okay, so you
at least that way he'll get both of my oars.
Okay.
Like I actually open up my jacket a little bit to the point where if he wanted to shoot me, he could.
Okay. I mean these. So Amethyst and Lucas and Eldon, what are you guys doing there as Trevor's approaching his brother?
The ship. How close is the ship now? Out of curiosity.
At this point, so essentially, the ship did continue forward there. So you're probably it's still descending toward that landing spot there. That's probably a good 300 feet or so up ahead there. So Lucas, are you still up on the deck there watching? Because at this point you're probably about 100 feet away from where they started, as they're kind of moving still forward.
Yeah, I was talking to him and asking to explain.
Who near me has a sending stone? Like
I have sending stone.
Then get a message to Lucas, seeing if he can bring him back down here. We have to.
How far away is the ship now?
The ship from so is about 100 feet away from you guys now. So it's moving toward a spot 300 feet away. So it's descending. It's starting to get ready to land. So it's about 100 feet from where you are right now, and then it's at this point probably about 120 feet up.
I wish I'd started like a telepathic link with Lucas before he disappeared, but I didn't.
I still have my sending stone. I can use sending stone to tell him to come back down.
Bring him down here.
Okay. Well.
Not just Lucas, but the other guy too, or just
I walk up. Lucas obviously, if he wants to come down, because I'm assuming he has to bring him down. But I keep walking up to him. Have I gotten to him at this point?
I mean, at some point he's kind of nervous as you're walking toward him. You're like, "Well, hold on there, brother.
It's okay.
That's far enough. I don't need to be any closer than that, really. I think we're good here." And you see, he's obviously now he's outnumbered all of you to one. And you'll notice, carrying on that insight check, his hand is shaking. Yeah. He is fucking terrified. I'll just say he's just like, you just stay there, and kind of glancing down at the little skull emblem on his chest.
I will tell you one thing here and now. I'm going to talk to this man, find out what's happening, and brother, I will find out one way or another.
Why don't we go back to the ship? Take your brother with us.
Well,
because no one's going anywhere there, are they? And we can all talk together.
I was talking to Sebastian.
I don't see as I have much of a choice here, really.
You're not under... Brother, I believe you didn't do it.
I'm marked here. Obviously, I don't know what this means exactly, but I understand the concept here.
You can't leave. That I made sure of.
But just means if you run and hide, he'll find you, that's all.
Yes, and I will shoot you multiple times, and I really don't want to do that right now. Not as long as what you're saying is the truth, but I have no qualms about doing it one way or another, but I would suggest you walk.
while we are waiting for the ship and going, how about we get your side of the events? So, as has been stated, we are under the impression that you murdered your parents. So, what is your story as you are denying that?
Looking, yes, you sure keep some strange company here, but fine. I can talk right here if that's what you want. And so that's why he's kind of like still gesturing with a gun in his hand there, but he's not like pointing it at anyone specifically. And Amethyst with the passive there, you definitely see the hand is shaking as well. He's obviously like
I'm gonna really need you to put that pistol away.
right.
You are not under immediate danger right now, but I would suggest you do it.
I'm going to say telepathically, if we wanted you dead, you'd be dead already.
I
Put the gun away.
Kind of get that impression here. All right, okay. And he sort of like, and you've seen Trevor just whipping that gun out there and the rifle and that. He kind of awkwardly pulls the coat back there, and the hand's still shaking as he kind of puts the pistol in place there. And Eldon, you have an eye for these things. It's definitely a different sort of make than what Trevor's uses. Like it's not quite the same type of weapon. It's very similar in design and size, at least, but it definitely isn't the exact same thing.
Is it kind of similar to the one I'm drawing up?
No, it's similar in size and style to what Trevor wears, but it doesn't look like you don't see a spell plate exactly. You don't see the full on. Again, getting closer, looking at it closely, it's just sort of a cursory glance of it. It doesn't look quite the same thing as what Trevor's carrying around.
Make that yourself, Seb.
Yeah, it's a little different kind of design from what and you have your pistol out there, so from that one, that's it's more attuned for different things. Right. Fine.
I promise, as long as you keep telling the truth and you don't pull out that pistol again, you are under no immediate danger. You have my word on that, big brother.
Also, another thing is that the young tabaxi here with us, her name is Amethyst. Amethyst, brother of Mr. Trevor, obviously. She is going to dive into your mind. Do not resist, as she is currently reading your mind. Okay?
I think I understand the general principle, yes.
Yes. So we are obviously going to do the same thing to the other gentleman and ascertain his information to attempt to reach a accord. Yes.
Can we not tell the other guy though, please?
Oh yeah. No, we won't tell him. I was thinking that we are right now on equal ground, and if you are proven innocent, then you know.
You hear me yelling out the word in this? No. That's it.
No what?
Sorry. Just ignore that.
No what?
No time for these games from him.
I have Zone of Truth prepared for today. I have no idea why, but we can use it.
You can use it on the other. Let's use it on the other guy. And for now, clearly your work here is done.
Cast it on the other guy. Okay.
So, as the conversation continues here, you will basically, Lucas, as you're talking to Reveler up top there, the ship will come in for a landing, kind of hover over that space there, and then slowly descend into that clearing space there. Very deftly moving down through the opening of the trees there. A couple of boughs kind of get scrape along the side a little bit there, and some snow falls, but nothing that causes any kind of significant damage or anything else, or any kind of even scratches the varnish in the ship there. So Lucas, so the ship will touch down again. From where you guys are right now, it's about 300 feet away. Where the ship is, just a little further down the road. but you do hear the
I'm gonna
as it touches down on the ground.
Seb. I'm assuming you have some parchment and a quill on you, correct?
Usually, right? Yeah.
I need you to write down every target, every name.
Okay, you're getting a little bit ahead of me here. We're standing in the middle of the road. Are we gonna do something else here? What's going on here? You asked me the
Start.
questions. You're telling me to write a journal entry. There's an airship landing back there. The technology you're carrying is ridiculous, and she's delving into my mind. And you got a dragon king with you. Can we just figure a
Oh,
little bit what's going on here?
yeah, absolutely. But there is a promise I can make you. Things are about to get a lot more interesting.
I doubt that somebody would go, oh, let's go kill this dude. By the way, our names are this. We're just going to kill your parents. Okay. Okay. See you later. He probably doesn't know their names.
How were they killed?
Drugs. That's why. They got. Pa ended up with this wagon came to town.
A
And
wagon. Can you describe that wagon for me?
It was a large wagon, massive actually. And he describes a wagon similar a green paint job on the wagon there, pulled by these four large elk-like things.
What color were they?
They're the ones you
Well,
petted.
and so he describes here something very similar to Brevelar's wagon, only larger and with more elk. So you recognize the description there. It's very similar, but he describes something obviously much larger.
Yeah, but he's very tiny. So
No, I mean,
right now
as
I'm
in, he gives you the dimensions. Like,
okay.
he's an artificer. He gives you the
I,
dimensions of
I
them
would
there.
know too as a
Yeah.
crafter. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got
So
it.
he gives you the dimensions there. It actually had and he describes the size of it there and the fact that there's four, not two, pulling the thing. And so you realize that it's similar, obviously, but definitely larger and with more elk pulling this thing. This people came in trying to trying offering up remedies for people that needed them. And I mean, Paul always had that issue with his knee. Every time it gets cold, he can't walk very well, and a little bit of those headaches he gets all the time. I think it's kind of similar to the telepathy thing that you and you and he have. I never really kind of had that problem. Anyway, sorry. This salesman person offered up a remedy and a way to help him with the headaches and the aches he had and everything else. And Pa took it and it seemed to help. And
Did the wagon smell of anything in particular?
I mean, there was definitely alchemical materials and such in there. I mean, some of the smoke had a little bit of a strange scent to it. I couldn't really make out anything specific, but you gotta understand here. I didn't really have anything to do with it at first. I was just tending to the ranch as I usually do. But Pa, he tried it and it seemed to help. I mean, his aches were away. His mood swings that he had and things like that seemed to settle. And well,
And what happened to our mama?
that came a little bit later.
She wouldn't even take the herbs for her back normally. She would not have taken that unless
I know. So Pa took more, and I think he got addicted to it. Whatever it was, he wouldn't go without it.
you're telling me.
And when the wagon returned, he got more. And I found out that the price for getting more is that he had to give it out to other people.
He gave it to. He
He
gave it
gave
to
it
her.
I think he did. That's my suspecting anyway. Unfortunately, he was so far gone on the stuff that after he gave it to her, when she wanted some, he wouldn't do it. and he went absolutely crazy. He got into my alchemicals and gave her something that I don't know exactly what happened, what he did, but he made sure the drugs were all his. And then he attacked me, trying to prevent me from stopping him from taking it. And I didn't have any choice. I tried to stop him. I tried to do whatever I could, but he, I didn't have a choice.
What do you mean you didn't have a choice?
He tried to kill me. I stopped him as much as I could, but I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to stop the addiction, and it just ravaged him. I was able to keep him from killing me, but I tried everything I could. I tried everything to get that shit out of his system, but I couldn't do it. And
No, he didn't die
it's
of a drug
just
overdose. You did kill him.
no. I
Okay,
tried to
sorry, I
help
missed
him.
part of that. Yeah,
I,
got it.
I tried to get the drugs out of his system, and he just wasted away, and I couldn't stop it.
For for quite some time, I thought of the way I was going to kill you. And I'm
Well,
about to direct all my attention to someone else.
after after that, I went on the hunt, trying to find any word of these people, trying to find out where they went, what they were doing, why they were here. And I found other places they'd been to, same thing. Got people hooked on this stuff and then left them and took whatever they could in payment. And I've been trying to track them down.
You're going to see Trevor start crying. And you've never seen that, not even close. And he's going to embrace his brother.
It's not. I I'm not a hunter like you. I'm not. I mean,
You are more talented than I have ever been, but I have learned a lot.
and one thing you'll take note of, Eldon, and is just looking over here. He doesn't hold himself like an adventurer. He holds himself a guy who's worked on a ranch who does tinkering. He's got weapons, he's got all that, but his gear is not designed for like I mean, like yours and Trevor's. Like he's got stuff, but you don't think he's not as well equipped as you would think for someone
Um,
you would expect to
Miss
be out here doing this.
Miss Amethyst, did you um, catch any uh, mistruths?
In terms of insight, everything was dead on. The emotions, the I mean, you didn't see anything that you would think he was lying about this.
Okay. We need to get to the ship for now and talk to. And you said his name one more time, please.
No, this is Brevalor.
Brevalor,
He's
thank
the
you.
guy that ran the smaller wagon that you guys ran into at the shrine.
Okay. We need to get back to the ship.
Stuff they gave him, they called it Serpent's Kiss. I know it uses
I'm
certain
very
ingredients.
familiar with it.
Actually, the stuff they gave you was Emerald Fog.
Oh, I thought you said something about
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So
And
the Emerald
I'm going
Fog was
to.
the calm emotion stuff that they gave to the guys there. So
sorry, that's
Serpent's Kiss is the first time you're hearing that.
my bad. Okay, yeah,
It's
definitely.
okay. It's okay. Although you do realize, I mean, and the things he was asking the apothecary for may be components of this stuff. There was snakeweed, there was scalebane who was right there, and then moonrot flower were the three things that he was asking for from the apothecary from the steel and flask. So it's maybe
I will-
something similar in terms of that.
I will bring up the jar or the little bottle that I have of common wishes. Did the substance that they had did it come in vials that look like this and with these markings?
Well, similar glass blowing. Yeah, similar vials. That I don't. The color's all wrong. Serpent's Kiss is clear. It's not greenish color like that.
Yes. This is
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
So you guys are heading back toward the ship anyway, walking down the road there. Lucas, Revelor at this point. So as they're walking back here, Revelor is. I didn't know what they were doing. I swear they're.
Just say it, Brev.
This is Lucas and Brevlor now. You guys are
yeah.
walking back here, so this is they're. I don't know. We were just supposed to find. Please, we're trying to find herbs and such, and finding resources, and maybe people to help, people to go. I don't think there was anything specifically that we were doing. As I saw when you sit there, we were just out finding things. We met up with a larger group, a small town to the north, a Silverleaf village. They've set up there. They're I don't know everything they're trying to do, but I don't think it's good. It's not good at all.
How come you left the rest of the caravan?
Because I saw what they were doing, what they were trying to do to those people. I had to get help. I had to find someone, and I know you were down at Craven's Rest. I knew you were there. I thought maybe I could find you and tell you that what was going on. And then this strange little one, and he points at him. He attacked me, and shortly after I left, I've been running for well, I've been trying to get away from him for days now, and it's he's just 2 days ago he shot me, and then I've been trying to stem the wounds whatever I could, but I've run out of remedies. I wasn't able to leave it all of my gear, and then I found you. You were here. So
I did realize you did try to reach out to me once. Assuming it was you that sent that letter.
this is who is this?
Oh, no, forget it. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to read up on a particular thing you sent me a long time ago,
Oh.
and I'm not finding it.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying complete attention like I should have been. My
Yeah.
bad.
You got a letter from the town basically saying that your brother had left.
I was talking about the something about there was something I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah. Okay. So I will say this. So about the time he's kind of revealing this information here too, about Silverleaf Village, and that there's more of people there. He does identify them as Order of the Green Vial. And
Have I heard of that?
Was that?
Have I heard of that name?
Go ahead and give me a history check. Kind of a high DC for this one, but see if you. You think? I mean, based on the fact that you got a vial of the Emerald Fog and everything else, and it seems fitting for a group like that. But you haven't heard of anything specifically about this group, being that you only been over on this side of the continent recently. You're fairly with that. You're certain there's nothing in Old Karoon or anywhere you've been to before regarding these guys. But in terms of since you've been over on this side of the continent, you're I mean, you're certain they haven't breached the mountains over the other side. We'll say that much there. But piecing it together with the fact that they're Yuan-Ti and Wood Elves among their group, obviously apothecaries or herbalists and such, kind of piecing together, they're probably from the southwest, the Verdant Wilds. You heard a little bit about that from, I believe, Dale as well, that Yuan-Ti were down there. So whatever they've been up to, they're pretty far away. Pretty far away.
I'll get him
So
to
we'll gather. Go ahead.
so I'll get him to describe where this village is, just in
Okay.
case anything kicks up.
Just since we're on the map here, Silverleaf, you've actually briefly heard of it. It's this little one way up here. So you are currently about maybe 2 days from, essentially 2 days from Raven's Crest. Actually, you're about halfway. So you're a little over a day from Raven's Crest. There, you know the ship could get there in a day the way the pace has been going. It's about maybe that's about by wagon a good 7 days. Maybe a little bit. Actually, no, probably more like 9 days by wagon. Almost 2 weeks by foot. Because yeah, from Raven's Crest to Port Oris is about 7 days by foot. Sorry, about 10 days by foot, and yeah. So distance wise, there it's yeah. So he's been if that's the case, he's been running for a while. So he's been shot. You don't have medicine. You're a bard enough to have enough medicine to realize that he's probably shot like a day or two ago.
Yeah,
So
I did give him some healing, by the way. So
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, so yeah, his wounds are such that he's not like bleeding out or anything else. That he's still hurt, but he's not in danger of expiring anything like that.
okay,
We'll go
yeah.
ahead and gather everyone together at this point here, and so you guys are back at the ship. Lucas is still talking with Brevalor at this point. They're kind of getting information, and you guys are all there together.
And
Who's doing what?
I would be walking up the Brevalor with this at this point.
Trevor, don't just kill him. We need to talk to him.
Oh, believe me, I have plenty of questions.
Just don't
You
do
have
anything Trevorish at the moment.
I won't yet in the moment. Now, I do need to speak with you. And I need to know the truth and nothing but the truth.
It's only been about a month or so since I looked on the barrel of that gun, so what is it, Trevor?
Did you or did you not kill my father? Did you not give him drugs?
You absolutely is confused. No. I told you we were wagon I served with that I led. We were herbalists just trying to find resources.
One moment before you start talking, Miss Sora and Amethyst, please.
Already did.
Okay. So Zone of Truth is cast, and he kind of looks around. Oh, okay then. Right. I see. Well, that's all right. And he just sort of like just nods and seems to accept it. He seems to recognize what just happened. Amethyst, did you want to do any?
Not at the moment.
My hands on my my pistol, just not drawn yet.
Yeah. Sure.
With Zone of Truth, he can't lie at least, or at least we'll know if he does.
If he
so,
he can attempt to not answer questions and or not lie, but mislead is still possible. Yes.
Well, if he avoids answering questions, that's the time when we need detect thoughts, isn't it?
Yeah, he can avoid it.
Yeah.
It's like he just kind of nods. Understand. All right. So, no, I've never I've never killed anyone's parents or done anything of that sort. The only drugs I've given are the ones that are similar to the ones that you saw. The Emerald Fog. We had those remedies for people, and some other remedies for people that in need. But for the most part, we just do our thing. We travel around finding resources, finding herbs and places to gather things
Seb, maybe you have some questions for him.
and he's just. I think I'll let you guys talk to him. I want to listen and see what I can discern from his manner.
You seem to be talking in circles.
Hmm?
Talking
Who-
to him, not
Talking
Seb.
to, okay.
Yeah,
No,
Reveler.
I'm trying to answer your question. Honestly, I really understand. I did not lie to you when I said that we are traveling herbalists trying to find resources. And yes, we places that when people are in need, I've made sure that the remedies are given out, but nothing like I've never given out any sort of drugs. Or I mean, I don't remember this is me. I'm not sure what you said. Did you ask him about drugging your parents or killing your
Yes.
parents or
Yes,
okay?
if he gave them, even
Okay.
unintentionally, like even if the thing was like that, that's what I'm asking him. If he's ever given that to my father or in any way,
I
shape, or form.
I don't know who your father is. I don't know where. I no, no. I've never given anyone. I mean,
Seb, then why did you shoot him?
because he's with them. He's part of their group. I saw the wagons. I know what these people, how they operate. I've seen it. I've watched it. I'm trying to make sure. Oh boy, hold on. I'm trying to make sure that I know what's going on here. I don't
That
know
makes
everything,
two of us.
obviously. I don't know everything, obviously. But I know he's part of this group. And when I saw him, I wanted to put him down before he messed up with anyone else.
Can I ask him what he knows about? Is it Serpent's Kiss, that thing that those two guys were given at the?
The two guys at the campsite that you had to work, it was the Emerald Fog. It was the calmative.
Emerald Fog.
It basically made them calm. It was essentially long-term calm emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So basically,
That we cured with using,
Yeah.
lay on hands.
Yeah.
And they started screaming and freaking out. Yes.
But who actually administered that to those people?
One of the
I'm,
elves that was
I'm
with
asking
her.
him.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
The Emerald Fog. I gave it to them. I made sure that they were calm and such. I mean, I deal with people. Kalea would always stay inside the wagon, and a driver would drive the wagons, and I would. It was my job to talk to people and to find out information and such.
Does everyone have all the information that they need?
No.
Understand him.
Pistols out.
The only information I found out was your brother said he did this, and he said he didn't do it. So right now I'm stuck with who to believe.
Yeah, I have one idea, and I pull the trigger.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
guys. I know what you're thinking, but trust me, there's a reason. All right.
As a reaction, I want to magnetic pull that.
Right.
For just
I will say this.
$7.
We'll go ahead.
Do I get a save against that or no?
Actually, I want you to do. Go ahead and Trevor and Eldon, give me initiative rolls. I want to see.
All right.
I wanted to
how
use
quick you are to react. Yep.
Well,
So-
my protection style too, because
Yeah. It's
I rolled, but it's taken forever. Really?
fine.
Okay.
Do you remember when I
I-
said
you know
don't
what?
do anything Trevory?
I'm aware. Just
Okay. Eldon. So I will say this. So Trevor pulls the gun. Eldon, your reaction quick enough that you can use your reaction there on this. You were kind of watching for anything that happened there. So what that means is that Trevor, you're going to roll with disadvantage because the gun's kind of getting pulled from your hand.
Great. So I'm going to use a grit point to
Okay.
I'm sorry,
cancel that
it's
out.
a bonus. It's a bonus action, actually.
Okay, so not a reaction. Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's not a reaction.
okay. In that case, yeah. So go ahead and roll. If you want to roll with advantage, go for it. Roll that attack roll.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No worries.
I meant for doing it.
Oh. Where am I here? Past encounters. Let me pull up. Oof. Let me back a ways here. There we go. All right. So yeah, you definitely hit.
Mm-hmm.
So and he takes the shot. Actually, let's see. You healed 13. He was there.
Now I'll yank his gun out of his hand.
Okay.
Do I get any kind of save against that?
Yeah.
Yeah, strength save.
Yeah, strength save.
Oh, I'm so good at that.
I know.
I'm gonna can I flip a coin?
You absolutely can.
All right.
DC 17 is what you're looking for there.
Okay.
I did roll twice. It's just taking forever to load today, by the way.
Worries. Yeah, that's fine. See what it is here. Little.
Okay.
So, I actually, Trevor, you are taking the attack action here. Are you shooting twice?
Yep.
Okay, take that second shot. And then.
Oh wait, actually, I'm not going to use sharpshooter because. Yeah, I will. Sure, why not?
You. Okay.
We just had a big old conversation about.
I'm aware. Hold on.
Okay.
About not doing exactly this.
So I'll just for cinematic effect here. This works out here. So Trevor, that first shot nails him and just nails him like just above the heart, really, just kind of on the left side, and just spins him down. He collapses at the ground. He seems to still be conscious. The second shot, you pull the trigger there just as Eldon uses the magnetic pull and just yanks the gun out of your hand there. So the second shot,
and I'll look at Eldon.
Just goes wide.
I'll look at Eldon and I'll be like, I can respect what you just did. Hey, Seb.
Okay. Everyone, let's stop.
I'm gonna misty step and stand in front of him.
Yes.
I immediately put my pistol down.
The pistol got pulled out of your hand.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
At this point, I would have pulled my rifle out though, but I would have put it down.
So I will say this. So the pistol goes wide. Amethyst, you misty step in front of Brevalor. There, you see him on the ground. So, Sora, Lucas, what are your reactions in this moment? And I will say this too. As the gun starts to get pulled, and you pull the coin, just kind of flips in the air. You catch it, and that just a little bit of a smile on your face there, but then the gun still gets pulled out of your hand.
Mm-hmm.
So then the coin just disappears. So Sora and Lucas, it's actually, yeah. What are your reactions to the sequence here that just happened? Anything? Are you gonna pass and keep watching?
I highly recommend you all let me do what I intend to do.
We need to question him.
Well, I mean, feel free.
He is in a zone of truth. He was working for individuals, not knowing the full breadth of their operation. When he found out, he left. There is no need to end him.
And was going to where we told him we lived to find us so that we could help.
He has, in fact, informed us of now who we are hunting to gain justice for your family. He is not in the middle of that retribution that you are so seeking.
And so at this point, he's just kind of
My little homunculus crawls on top of him. I hit him with a 3rd level cure wounds.
Okay.
Can I have my gun back now, please, Eldon?
Or I will pull out the manticles and just push them in front of Trevor.
Okay. So the wound seals up again. He's okay. Are you handing them to him as in to use them, or are you going to put them on him?
Put them on him.
So Trevor, Sora basically sends in front of you with manacles as you go to reach for your rifle. The only person I haven't seen is Lucas, so you're just going to stand back and...
Yeah, I'm just watching for now.
Okay, just going to keep watching. Okay, cool. So Trevor, that's so Eldon has healed the guy. Sora is basically ready to put some manacles on you as you're reaching for your rifle.
You know I can't let you do that, Sora.
I will grapple him and make sure that we get it done.
Okay, so athletics check posed by acrobatics.
You can't beat me, Sora. You can beat me, Sora. I'm gonna no, I can only flip my coin once. Yeah. I'm gonna use inspiration to reroll
that. Hey, Jim, the chat needs to be caught up.
Is
in
it
the little window? Yeah.
I can't use my inspiration to reroll that, right, Jim? Because it's music.
Technically could, yeah.
Or is it?
Yeah,
Akira
that's the last thing. That's the last step I have.
I can't maneuver that, so unfortunately.
Yeah.
Technically, Sora could use her inspiration too, as well. I think, but you already rolled it, so I don't know how that works. But yeah, I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna do something else before she puts manacles on me. I'm gonna give because I trust Eldon a lot. Not that I don't trust them. I'm actually gonna look at Amethyst and hand her my rifle.
Okay, so you managed to squirm out of it as Sora was to grab you there. You kind of latch onto his coat a little bit, kind of the lapel of his coat there. Don't get a full grapple on him, but you get a hand on him at least there. As Trevor just pulls his rifle out there and hands it over to you, Amethyst, or hands it out toward you.
I can tell you now, I'll never be in manticles again.
You probably will. If you keep acting like a dick.
I hate not being able to tell them, Jim, you are such an ass.
So,
such an ass.
So you have you take the gun then, Amethyst? Just hold on. So Eldon, you're holding to his pistol. Amethyst, you offer the rifle.
I'm still holding on to the pistol.
Yeah.
Just please, just don't shoot him. At least yet. Let's talk to him first. Or if you know something that I don't know, at least communicate. You can do so telepathically. You can talk to me.
I know I could, but I'm not. And you're going to just have to believe me on that. If you don't want me to shoot him right now, you have my word. Whether you have the pistol or not, or whether you have the rifle or not, you can give those back at any time. For now, I give you my word until I get the okay. But this man, once I find out one way or another.
I don't want to take your weapon from you because if something does happen, I would like you to have it. But
then
as long as I have your word.
You have my word for now, unless something else comes up.
We had a plan for if we didn't get the answers we needed, I was going to detect thoughts, and that's not happened.
Okay, well then, I'm sorry. Let's go back for just a second. I actually thought you already did that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Not. Okay, I apologize for that because it's too late to retcon that, obviously.
It's too late. Yeah.
It'll move.
No,
It's
if
fine, it's fine.
I honestly, I'm sorry in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead
So-
in that case either way. Because honestly, Trevor would have done it anyway. Because
Yeah.
you know why.
So,
He's a
all
dick.
right. So, I would just say, okay, so the 10 standoff here, we'll just kind of back into the questioning mode here. Just,
I'm gonna talk out loud and say I tried.
the group in Silverleaf, they're going to, they're drugging everyone in the village. They're trying to make them into, I don't know, slaves, sacrifices, something. I don't know what. It's something dark and something awful, and it needs to be stopped. I don't know what the timeline is. I don't know what they're trying to do exactly. I just know that everyone there is in danger, and I can't just let that happen. I don't know.
You know, those holes in your body could have been avoided had you just said something immediately.
Who is doing this?
There are others that were sent out, I believe, from my homeland. Other the snake folk, the UMT. I think that there was a different purpose that some other groups had than ours. I didn't know about this, and so when we met up with them to the north after we saw you. And it was once I saw the extent of what they were doing, what they were trying to accomplish. I don't know the full extent of it. I just know that whatever it is needs to be stopped. They're trying to grow more certain herbs there. They're trying to enslave the populace into doing things for them. They're trying to use them in something. I don't know what it was. I don't know the extent of what they're doing. But it's... I fear for what they're trying to do up there. I do want to help people. I do want to... the remedies I provide, the remedies that we put together, they're meant for doing more than what they were trying to do up there.
Were they doing it So they were doing it intentionally. Just
I believe so. I don't know exactly. I just
can't particularly say I'm sorry for what I did because it did get you to tell us. Now, that being said, we're going to let you live for now, but you're going to stay with us. You're not a prisoner, but if you, I promise you, you don't want to leave. I don't want to make threats. I've done that before. I've done that for the last at least 4 or 5 years of my life. Do not run.
I have nowhere to go.
Trevor.
You are
sorry.
No, go ahead, Amethyst.
No, I didn't realise Jim was talking. Sorry, carry on. No, carry on.
He literally just saying.
He doesn't have anywhere to go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all he said.
Have you eaten today?
Yes. Have you eaten today? Also, do you require more healing? Number 2, number 3, are they still at?
Whoa.
Sorry.
What was that? No, is that okay?
It's Roland making dinosaur sounds.
Oh, I thought you had a cat for a second. I thought someone had a cat.
He's watching Littlefoot. Was it?
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
So he's making dinosaur sounds.
That was adorable.
Trevor.
Yes.
You know, just now when you said I tried.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
I meant I tried to shoot him and I couldn't.
Yeah, but who specifically?
Trevor.
Yeah.
Make a charisma saving throw.
All right.
You are in the zone of truth.
Exactly.
Yeah, I am.
I love it.
Guys,
Also,
I am not
Sora-
charismatic as y'all have told me
Sora,
multiple
I
fucking
know.
times.
Now you also pick
Instead of
this
saving
up,
throw,
Sora.
right? And I have
Right?
no way to re-roll it unless it's a no.
Nope. Okay. So Trevor, you go to start saying that I don't. You started to go telling her something that's not true,
Right.
and um, you just stop. You don't you don't need to say anything else, but you just stop
Yep.
because you're not compelled to speak.
Detect thoughts.
I don't even think you
Ooh.
need to, because I'm not
Well,
thinking about that person right now.
sure.
What
I'm
about me?
thinking about the situation of what just happened, honestly. So
Sure.
that's what she would hear. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to get out of it. No, that's literally what, because he's regretting what he did because he acted harshly. But
Sure.
Really?
yeah.
Okay. So Amethyst, are you? So your server thoughts are going to be? Yeah, he's obviously, as he just said, there, very like conflicted and having issues, showing some regret for what he did there. Are you going to delve deeper?
Yeah.
I have talked to you
Okay.
before about this, Amethyst. I asked you to trust me.
Go ahead and
But if you want to do this, you go ahead, but it will change everything.
I would normally
Amethyst.
trust you. Yes.
Amethyst, give me a wisdom save.
Because you know how he feels about you being in his thoughts
Okay.
without his permission.
No, this is you start to delve into some thoughts there. Actually, Trevor give you a wisdom save as well because this is you against the spell here.
I am also not very wise.
It's okay. With advantage. Don't bother. You're okay.
Yep.
So, Amethyst, you hit a block. And I will just say this. You realize it's not just that Trevor is pushing you out. There's a second wall that you
Right.
hit.
Okay. I had a feeling.
And so you essentially Trevor sorts of push you out there, but there's another resistance. There's another something else there. And you realize if you hadn't retreated, if Trevor hadn't pushed you away as well, and you hadn't sort of reflectively pulled back from that, there was something lashing out at you.
Right.
Some force.
My sense in magic, am I getting like a hint to like the waves of magic and
I would
happening right now?
say no, because basically you're seeing like Amethyst using detect thoughts. You're seeing the zone of truth happening, but everything else is happening in the mind. There's nothing. There's no magical effect that flares up. It's all happening inside this. There's no physical or arcane
Okay.
emanation of power that that you'd be picking up on.
Okay.
Okay. So Sora, essentially, you can head back to the ship because the ship landed.
I thought we were on top of the ship, like on the deck.
I was, yeah, Brevler was up there. So basically, so yeah, you head below decks.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe the
Am-
zone of truth will go with you.
I
No,
was gonna say,
No, it stays. It stays where I put it.
Oh,
okay.
so it just stays there, and you walk off and leave it there. Okay.
I'm
Amethyst.
going to telepathically tell the other people in the group what just happened. And I'm going to ask
Okay.
Sora to stay.
Hold on, may I
So-
please have my weapon back? You get my word, I won't shoot him.
Well,
Like
just,
Amethyst said,
I
in
know,
case
but
something happens.
just one second, Trevor. So an interesting thing just happened. Very interesting. How to word this? So there is a form of magic that you can reach out and seek power, and that power can be given, but can also possess the seeker. So An interesting thing happened when you resisted the. You see, Amethyst just filled this in. Please sit down.
I literally start laughing. I am very much who I always have been. If anything, I'm a little more conflicted, but I can assure you this is me. They have no control over me.
Okay, well.
But if they tell me a decision that I kind of agree with in any way, shape, or form, I will act on that. And sometimes that's against my will, sometimes that's with it.
Eldon cocks his head. Okay, sit down.
I think I'll stand, Eldon.
I
really don't like the fact of you being taller than me.
Here's the thing. Making deals with other beings. Who is they?
I can assure you I made no such deal.
Nevertheless.
I was going to say,
still in zone of truth, yes.
Yeah, so
yes.
I'm not lying.
Yep.
I catch that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So who are they?
Who are they?
They are someone. They are a voice in my head. I would like very much, at least for you now, not to ask any more questions regarding that.
As you know of my very curious personality, that is not actually an option for me. As you are in the group, and if you're going to make impulsive decisions, even though we as a group did admit that even our more intense personality traits, we would refrain from doing without first discussing it with the group.
You told me not to, and I'm not going to. I gave you my word on that.
You already did it. You shot an unarmed person.
I wasn't talking to you, Lucas.
I'm here. I'm part of the group. You shot an unarmed person.
Oh, I thought you were talking about what I just said.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
what you just did.
Yeah, no, he wasn't like, yeah. I'm so sorry, Rob. Don't hurt me.
Yeah. So, so a little like, Trevor, darling, you can go ahead and tell them. It's all right.
All right, Lisa, I will. And I said that out loud.
Do I recognize that name?
No. Like, not even a test for it. No, you do not have heard that name before.
I will tell you this much. This, I won't even say person, has saved our lives multiple times, or at least mine, and has let me able to do a lot of things with you all. So you're alive because of her.
I'm
Make
not there.
no mistake about it. Oh, you're not there? Oh, yeah, that's right. You went to the sleeping area. That's right.
Away.
I'm seeing all the
Amethyst
icons.
did ask you to come back. So did
Yeah.
you
She asked me to come back, and I told her I needed a break, and she said, just make sure you come quickly when called.
Gotcha. Okay. I missed that part. Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't say anything to Sora then. I'm just seeing all the icons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there's a couple of things here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
I would just say this. I will say, since you got kicked out of his head there, Amethyst, you don't hear any more thoughts or anything else, because he made the save. Oliver, you don't hear any particular voice or anything else. So just to clear that. So,
what level is detect thoughts again?
First.
Okay. My pack starts to light up, and I'm going to attempt to dive into his head.
I've already literally told you like everything. There's not really much else to hear.
My DC save is 17.
Okay.
So I need to do the check one second. Yeah,
sure.
It's a DC 11.
So what save?
Okay.
Wisdom, right?
Well, wisdom. Yeah.
Who is Lisha?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually more wise than I thought.
Let's see Arcana check for you all done.
Yeah, that was my Arcana check to cast the spell.
Perfect. Yeah.
I don't have it prepared. Yeah.
Yeah, it worked. So the Mizium apparatus just lights up there, and then the little mental effect there pops into place there, and
Oh, look at that.
you-
Nat 20.
yep. And I will just say this: don't worry, darling, it's all right. And actually, Eldon, go ahead and give me a wisdom save as well.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. I knew it was a nat 22, by the way, because I seen it roll on the D&D Beyond, and I was just so smug. I just laughed, like smiled.
Let's
I'm
just go ahead and do this. We'll do.
So good at that.
Okay. You'll take 9 psychic damage.
That wasn't me.
But you will very briefly hear a voice. No, none of that. And it, boom, as you're pushed out.
I did ask you not to enter my mind, Eldon.
Eldon, as his apparatus starts winding down, will hold his head. I need to write that down. Sorry. That was how much damage?
9 psychic. Yeah.
Would I see him physically take damage since it was psychic or hurt? Or
Probably not. No, there was no
Okay.
Well,
physical.
you
There was no
see me-
manifestation. You
You
see
see
him
me like
flinch.
reach for my
Yeah.
head.
Right. So I would
Yeah,
say,
flinch.
Eldon, I can assure you that wasn't me.
No, I actually don't think that was you at all. Okay, so do you remember the list I have growing of bad things happening in our group?
Mhm.
Yes, okay, so this is adding to the list. Okay, so you have someone who is obviously doing things in your head as okay, start talking, please.
And Lucia, now before anyone tries to enter my head again, I'm in the zone of truth right now still, correct?
Yeah, it
So I
still goes for a couple
cannot
minutes at least. Yeah.
lie to you. In fact, I'm going to step out of the zone of truth
Actually, Trevor,
and
just
listen to me before I step back in. Eldon, I'm just asking you to let me finish my thoughts. And I'm going to telepathically talk to him for the first time. Eldon,
To
I'm
who?
not to Eldon. Eldon, I am not lying to you, and I never intentionally would hurt you in any way, shape, or form. And then I'll step back in the zone of truth and have Eldon ask me any question that he wants.
Okay, so
Why did he step out of the zone of truth to tell you that?
Yes.
You can laugh all you want, but there's a reason.
Yeah, it's fine.
yes, it's okay. So number one, let's. Who is in your head?
I just told you her name.
How is she in your head?
You know, I don't know. Completely.
Has she mentioned what she is?
No, she has not. And Jim, she has not, right?
She has not. Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. Sorry.
And-
Because I don't
yeah,
want to accidentally lie
yeah.
because something
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No worries. Yeah. It hasn't been. Yeah.
All
She's
I
never
can tell
revealed
you-
any kind of like who she is, where she came from, what
Hold on. What I can tell you and what I can tell you all, she did tell me to do that to him because she probably thought that's what I wanted to happen. So she just encouraged me to do so. I can't even now. Usually, when I act rashly, it's just because I'm kind of an idiot. But this time wasn't all me. I will say that. She also told me to shot Seb. So it's my decision in the end whether what I'm going to do is right or not. I didn't believe him. I believed Seb pretty much right away.
I'm so bad at insight, but can I insight this?
You sure can, man.
I mean, yeah.
I can tell you
I will
that
say,
I'm in this on the truth right now, and
yeah,
I told you
and
I told you an actual statement, like not trying to but go ahead.
Yes, but Zone of Truth, you can still technically mislead.
Yep, go
Like,
for it, man.
yeah. I mean, Amethyst and Lucas there with your passive insights there, he's definitely being straightforward. Eldon, you can roll for it as well.
Yeah.
To see how yeah, I mean, you can't really read them very well. It's like you're trying, but it's like you trust in the magic. It is Zone of Truth. He's not making misleading statements. He's being very matter of fact with what he's saying. So it's not like he's trying to dodge the question really or
I'm gonna
evade.
stay. Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the zone of truth
About a
and
minute or so
walk.
left in the
Yeah,
storm.
but I'm gonna walk up to Eldon and put my hand on his head and give him 9 pointed through wounds.
Yep.
Which is ironic because that's about how much damage he took.
Exactly what he took. Yep.
Yeah.
So you feel there.
Okay.
Any other questions, Eldon?
How long has she been there?
I'd say for about Jim, help me
4
out
foot
here.
1.
Let's
I'd
see
say
here.
about a month. I think it's been about a month or so from what you've described, but I don't know for sure. It might not have been that long.
Let me. It's
definitely not been
sure
longer than that.
exactly.
Yeah,
it's
that's
been
what I
it's
thought.
been
I don't-
about a month.
Right. Okay. So I was.
You don't know the exact amount.
It's been roughly a month, but what I can tell you is that so far she has only helped us multiple times.
You just told us she encouraged you to shoot your brother, and she just encouraged you to shoot an unarmed man. And you're saying she's helped us? How's that
She
helping?
has helped us.
How has she helped us?
It seems to me that if there's something that I want to do already, she'll encourage me to do so. At least, and I'm still in the zone of truth for a minute. Feel free to cast that again, by the way, because it's about to expire, from what I understand.
Sora's actually not there on the deck anymore.
Oh, I didn't think I did.
Yep.
Oh, she's the one who. Yeah, okay, she's the one who cast it.
Sora cast it. And good.
No, that's pretty much it. I'm just looking at Lucas at this point because he's never actually been mad at me before or like upset with me, like at least not to that degree.
One thing, just to clarify, if you want to tell them this, just say the other. She's helped you with spotting things on occasion.
Yep.
And giving you a little insight into things occasionally that you might not have had normally.
Besides these 2 things, as far as I know, she hasn't tried to convince me to do one thing except hide her name from you. And now you all know that information. Now, I would highly suggest if you have any other questions to ask now, because this thing is not lasting very long. But here's what I can promise you from this point on. I feel already segregated from this group. Now, we have a choice here. I can leave with Seb to go find the rest of them, or whoever they are. Or I can still stay with you and work my trust up back with you, because I understand not trusting me. But I can say that as far as like the weeks have passed, what I said still stands. You all are not just friends. You are my family. And I love every one of you. And I will do my best to always be there for you when you need me. But it's up to you on which one you want me to do. Because these people will die. When I know what they did. I don't mean him. And I think we're all agreed on that. You all agreed to help me with that at least. Yes. Technically, you helped me agree to kill my brother. Or to find my brother.
Yeah.
And clearly he's telling the truth. But I would ask you, eventually, when I find out who they are, my mother, my father, they had me looking for my brother for years.
Don't you think you've got more chance of finding out who they are if you keep this guy alive who's trying to find you to tell you?
You told me Eldon saved his life. I have no intention of harming him again. I already feel bad enough about it now that I know for sure that he's telling the truth. I can't say, given circumstances, I wouldn't have done it again because that would be lying to you. And I'm pretty sure at this point, what Sora did has probably worn off by now. But what I can tell you is this. You can trust me. Now, whether or not you can now, that's fine. Because there's frankly no one in this group I wouldn't give my life for that I don't trust immensely. Eldon, you and I have been very close lately.
Yes.
And you know
and
that.
We did agree as a group not to do things like that. So I will hand you back your gun.
And then it'll disappear the second you do.
No more. Okay.
Pocket. There's him. Yeah.
Yes.
Because my dagger's out already. So
we discuss first, and then we do actions. Unless it is more of a.
Hold on. Oh, do you have a pot next to you? By chance?
No.
Because that is certainly calling it black.
Yes, I know, and we did have the discussion already, or else I would not be having this, saying these things, as I have learned traveling with a group. Not to do exactly what flows through my head, the exact moment when it flows through my head. Yes. So, yes.
I would ask Amethyst one more thing. If you have a question for me, I give you my word, I will not lie to you. There might be topics I have to avoid on occasion, but I'll just flat out tell you that I can't tell you at that moment. But as of right now, I have nothing to hide from any of you. But if I'm not trusted in this group, I can't be here.
It's difficult to trust somebody who does the opposite of what you ask them not to do.
Mm-hmm. I would agree wholeheartedly with that statement.
And then you find out that they're actually potentially possessed or something by.
I am not. I can assure you, I am not possessed.
I mean, you got possessed before you shot me. This time, there's obviously something in there. There's somebody in there.
Something charmed me.
Somebody else. I'm just thankful it wasn't me you shot this time. But at the same time, you still shouldn't be going around shooting people.
But I mean, it is really fun to. No, I don't. I don't say that. But I would just ask that you don't enter my thoughts anymore, because it's already feeling like I'm not really trusted in this group, and I honestly see why. By the way, but if you all can't trust me, I can't travel with you for long. I just for now I'm staying in the group, assuming I'm still welcome here. I'm not just going to walk off in the sunset with my brother.
We're not going to send you off on your own, no. But at the same time, trust is earned.
I'm going to pause one more here because Amethyst, you get a message. Ascending suddenly gets to you.
Oh boy.
Ams, I don't know where you are, how far out you are, but something happened. There's been a theft at the temple. I don't know what's going on, but something. The guards are all looking into it. There's things going on. I don't know what's happening exactly yet, but I don't know the details. But I thought you might want to know. We'll say it's essentially you're able to kind of reconnect for a second sending, and it's Elia basically letting you know something happened.
Look at that! Never trust when the DM smiles like that. Honestly, look at that smile.
And unfortunately, with Eldon not here at the moment there, but yeah, you're the only one who hears this for the moment here. So that was ascending there, so you can reply obviously.
What was stolen? Do you know?
I don't know the details yet. I just know that people are looking into it. But as soon as I know more, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Please be careful. Please.
Of course.
Do we hear her saying this, or is that telepathic?
It's whispered. Essentially, only she can hear the message. You can see her kind of whispering something back there, but you can't hear it. Again, it's not really something you can hear. You can't really listen on ascending specifically.
And now,
you definitely recognize that Sora got. I'm sorry, that Amethyst got ascending.
Right. Amethyst, you look distraught. What's wrong?
Lots of things are wrong. I'm going to telepathically tell everyone except Trevor what Elia just said to me.
Okay, so Eldon, you were not here, so I'll repeat this.
Yes, sorry.
That Elia just sending to Amethyst that something was stolen in the town there, and the guards and everyone's looking into it.
From the temple.
Something was stolen from the temple. Didn't specify what it was.
That's my reaction also.
So-
And I'm going to say out loud, that was earlier. There seems to be a bit of a problem. We need to probably get home as fast as we can. So if we can get the ship back up and running.
And I would like to say one more thing to you, Eldon. I know we've talked about what you've done in the past, but let's put it this way, as far as how I feel. This group no longer trusts me, and I get it. But the fact is, you did what you did, said you wouldn't, did the same thing again within a couple of weeks' time, and no trust was ever lost in you.
Oh, we lost lots of trust in Eldon.
I
Didn't we,
never
Sora?
noticed it. No one. I was gonna say.
Sora's still not there.
Yeah, and
Sora.
no one said. I never remember anyone saying they didn't trust. You might not have, but like no one made
Yeah.
it a point like
We
this.
had a huge.
For
problem with
reference, I did say that I did not trust Eldon
Eldon.
anymore.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So as
did-
far as how you feel, Eldon, let's just put it this way: for what you
I-
did, I never lost trust.
I
in
do
you.
not. I do not care that you kill him. For all intents and purposes, you can kill him right now. I do not care. However, the group does care, as we did have that discussion the other day.
Eldon,
That we don't do that anymore is the thing. I was just trying to keep the group cohesion. Yes. As I did mention, I don't care. But the
then
group
if
cares.
you wouldn't have cared,
And
the
it's-
group cared. Why did you take the gun?
It's not that we-
Because oh, sorry, Amethyst, go ahead.
No, go on, go on.
The group has stated let's call it a contract. Yes, the group has stated a contract that we are to follow, and to maintain group cohesion, and you have broken that contract very shortly after we made the contract. Yes. Before we did not have the rules. Now we have the group cohesion contract, and you broke it.
You're making a very difficult decision much easier, Eldon.
And it isn't that we don't trust you, Trevor, at the
You
moment.
literally,
It's
Amethyst,
that,
just said that.
it's that someone is in there with you. We don't know who it is. You don't know who it is. And there are all sorts of dark forces out there. And I'm quite scared for,
I start
everything and everyone who exists.
as so I did not mean to interrupt, by the way, Bernie, sorry. But as she's saying this to me, I say to her, like, I'm assuming I can talk to her without actually vocalizing it,
Sure.
like I have before. Can you talk to them too? And you guys obviously aren't hearing this. Are you able?
I'm not sure if I can want to.
Well,
I've got enough
continue,
talking to do.
continue with what you were saying, Amethyst.
Yeah. So that
Just-
message comes in there like,
Right?
Just that we don't know who it is. It could be a vampire. It could be, it could be anybody that's in there, and we have no idea who it is. And until we know whether we can trust them or not, we're not able to trust you because you're not you, and we don't know who is listening. I mean, I've just spent so much time going from person to person, asking question and question and question, trying to find out if somebody out there can hear my thoughts, can see what I'm doing, can hear what I'm doing, and I'm here talking to you and telling you everything that's happened. And now I find out that it's not just you that knows that; it's whoever's in there as well. So how can I not be scared by that? I was scared by my own brain 5 minutes ago, and now I'm scared of yours.
Oh, clearly we are all on a different path, and I need to know what's happening from here on out. But for now, I'll say this, whether I travel with you or him, like, we have bigger fish to fry, I know, but nothing right now is on my mind more. We can take care of what we came here to take care of first, and I know the world will always be ending. Like, there will always be something. But if I can find these people, I think you all could take care of that. So I need to know what you all, Lucas. I need your input on this too. And
However,
everyone,
why do you
Tora,
trust the voice in your head?
she's helped me.
If you'd have followed her advice, you would have shot your own brother. Had you shot and killed that person, unarmed person, you wouldn't know where the people are who poisoned your parents.
Let me ask you this, Lucas. Where did I shoot him at?
What, the one you just shot?
Yes.
I'm saying, had you killed him, which you could easily have done, you wouldn't know where the people are who poisoned your parents.
Right. Like you said, I easily could have, but I didn't.
But you tried to. If it wasn't for
No.
Elvon pulling your gun away.
That's up for debate, I suppose.
You shot him twice at virtually point blank range. You could have easily killed him.
Could have easily, yeah. Because remember, he only got the gun away once. But you don't have to believe me, Lucas. Because the last thing I want to do is lie to you again at this point.
Yeah, but it encouraged you to shoot him. Had you shot and killed him, you could have easily critted him by mistake and hit him in the head. And,
What's crit mean? No, I'm sorry. No.
yeah, critically hit him by shooting him in the head. Or in the heart. You only barely missed his heart, looking at where you shot him.
Yeah, you're right. I usually don't miss.
Sora, you see my little homunculus come off of. Oh no, what is his name? It's completely escaping my name. Benton.
Revelor.
Revelor.
Sora is still not there.
Sora went down below decks.
With him, I thought.
No.
No,
no.
Sora went to go be away from the situation to collect her thought, and she has now disrobed. And if you see her again, she will be in her plain clothing attire.
Yeah.
Which I would say that if you still had, because Homunculus got off and healed Brevillor, that's right. So yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
then he'll fly back to me now.
Sure. Okay. And with this, did you want to tell the captain about getting this bird in the air?
Yes, please.
Okay. He's heard. I mean, the crew and everything else has kind of like been seeing and hearing all this because it's happened on the deck of the ship. So he's like, and so this is a crazy situation here. Obviously, well, I don't know that we can push all the way there, but I will do what we can.
I'm gonna telepathically tell him there is a dire situation that's happening potentially in town, so I could do with us getting back ASAP. Really, if that is at all possible.
So he essentially, he looks to he looks at the first mate, Sterosh, who then you kind of see that telepathic look on his face for a second there, that little far away vision there. In a moment, Greta comes up on the deck, and it's like, we're pretty well drained, but I can do what I can. Eldon.
Yes, I am coming. I'm coming.
Any accumulators you can get, bring them with.
Yep, I actually have made a couple while we were. Yeah, I have a couple.
Okay. So essentially, she's actually going to have you and her start swapping out accumulators that are drained for ones that are not, just to give a little extra power,
right.
Enough that the ship can get up into the air. So the ship does lift off, and it is moving. And so basically, she kind of moves down the network of things there and starts setting up various things. And did you just lose somebody? Who is?
Oh no, it was Nan. Nan's camera went dead again.
No, it's there.
Oh,
I see it.
Yeah, hers went dead.
I still see her waving. Okay, gotcha. Cool. So anyway, yeah, so she grabs you, and it's basically like so you see some accumulators light up there, some of the levitation plates get up there, the ship in the air, and there's in a moment the ship is underway, picking up. The sails are completely unfurled, trying to get any kind of propulsion from the wind, and the ship starts moving off there. Again, the ship was about a day away, but pushing the accumulators to completely being drained, you managed to get there in about 18 hours. So we'll just say that it is absolutely nighttime as you guys are coming into coming in toward Raven's Crest. Things you'll see is that the gates and various places on the walls are lit up. You can see them, and as you approach, you also spot on the far side, on the south of the city, there's actually a ring of light on the ground. Probably a good 40 yards across, maybe 30, 40 yards, 30, 40 feet across. A large ring of what looks maybe stones or some kind of light on the ground. Amethyst, probably this week there. You hear a voice pop into your head, or so you get ascending in this case. And at first you're kind of like, oh, is this going to be Elliot? And you recognize it's actually Riley's voice.
Okay.
I really hope that's you. We are deep in the shit here. You need to go ahead and land down on the ring at the land in the south there in the ring, and um check in the south gate.
Okay. Is Elliot okay?
You do something there. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. You guys, you pass it along the captain. The captain lands in this ring of light, and you see there's actually like little glass frosted globes that you realize have like various like ever burning torch kind of thing in every third or fourth globe that kind of lights up the whole ring. In this kind of this whitish light that appears there. The captain disembarks. You guys are able to move to the south gate, where Riley's already there. Like, so I assume Elliot talked to you, right? You're all
Yeah.
set. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. She's around somewhere, and like at that point, as you guys are getting in there, there is a flutter of wings, and she lands next to you. Just well, I don't know what's going on yet, but it's so good to see you. Uh, let's. Okay. Um. uh.
I'll hug her.
Okay. She definitely like hugs you back tightly, and um. Okay. So I think uh temple first. Temple. Let's go. And so you guys kind of
Mhm.
get in there, and you'll see she says she's talking to you on the way. Um. So I don't know when it happened, what's going on here, but it's the Raven's Eye is gone. Like,
The Raven's Eye.
like don't know, and none of you recognize that term at all. Um, it's a relic of the temple. Straight. Strabo will tell you more about it. I don't know exactly what they're. It's a big black diamond. Um,
Okay.
it's gone. It's what she uses for a lot of the higher powered spells and rituals that have to be cast. It's gone.
Right.
And you guys will kind of rush through town, kind of, and I would say that there's a few people, even though it's nighttime at this point. There, it's probably about 9, 10 o'clock at night, so it's fully dark. There are a number of people who are out looking there. There's some lights on various places. But it's not, there's not like a crowd in the streets or anything else. There are a few people kind of like looking out their doors, or you see some windows with lights on with faces kind of looking out there as you go by. Um, as you pass over to uh, something else catches your attention. you will note, and you'll notice this on the way in here, the way the lights are. You will note that the wall is complete.
Yeah.
It does ring all the way around there. It goes off the edge of the map here, but so you'll see actually that the wall goes off the edge of the map here, but it does wrap around. Actually, is fully complete now. There are all three of the gatehouses are all lit up. There is no western gatehouse, just the north, south, and east. But there are lights at various stations along the way. There's another couple towers like this one here on the far side as well. You're able to move into the city and head over to the actual temple itself.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So unless someone's actually flown over the wall, they can't have gone very far with it.
Yeah. I would say so. Actually, do you all go for
Yeah.
whoever's gone here, or all you?
Yeah.
Trevor, if you're okay with it, Seb will follow along with you. I mean, he's not
Yeah.
going to just wander off. So,
No, of course.
Revelor will just stay put. He's not going to go anywhere right now. And based on what happened and what's going on there, a couple of the crewmen will just keep an eye on him.
Yeah,
Just
I wouldn't even care if he, because it's clear he's telling the truth. Obviously, they still want to talk to him. I wouldn't even care if he left at this point.
Okay. So it is about 18 hours later, so you want to be carrying your gear in a pack or whatever you can. Either way.
I was just advised that I should probably put it back on, so I'll probably walk and put it on at the same time.
Sure. Either way.
It won't be easy, but I'll do it.
Yeah, we'll make it happen. You manage to get enough of it on there that you're kind of adjusting a few straps as you're approaching the temple itself there. You get there, and Strava is obviously and see let's see, where is she at here? That would be her over here. Let me bring that image back out. We'll just put her right over top. And yes. So she is obviously you can see she's in sort of she's definitely in a state. She's definitely kind of red, bloodshot eyes. She's obviously worried and nervous, and whatever's going on here, definitely less calm and collected than you've seen her in the past. When you came to collect Reese, Sora, she looked tired. She'd obviously done some sort of a ritual of some kind at that point there. She looks worn out, like she is frazzled at this point. Her hair is actually a bit messed. Her clothing is looks like she probably hasn't slept in a day or two. It is good to see you all. I do not know what to do. You warned us that there would be something, that there may be a problem, but I did not anticipate this at all. And she kind of welcomes you, like ushers you into the temple itself. Immediately, you will take note of a few things. One, the place has not been ransacked or anything else like that. It still looks clean. It still looks like orderly. Things are in place. You'll see her, and standing off to the side, her son is standing there, who's about in his late teens, early 20s, maybe somewhere around there. Exactly, not sure. I'm just standing there quietly, and you see him sort of like rocking back and forth, looking down at the ground, and just kind of like obviously worried as well. The kind of that. Just very seem very quiet. Let's see. The Raven.
Like in instant investigation mode.
Okay.
Also.
So yeah, so it's essentially that's things you get right away. Just sort of that the things are there's no sign of a battle taking place. There's no sign that there's anything been knocked over or ransacked. Nothing like that. Just kind of their appearance, what's going on here. So I don't know when it happened exactly, but the Raven's Eye. It was taken. It is our it as far as I know, it is unique. It is a relic of this church, of this temple. It is what I used to. Well, and she points to you, Sora. There, it's what I used to bring back Reese. Without it, I cannot do this any longer.
Um,
Without an item like this.
please take us to where it was. Yes. Please.
Right. So up to the altar,
This is not
and
looking good.
at the altar, there's definitely signs. There's sort of a recess in the altar. There's actually like a recessed like a little box of some kind, a little lid there that has a little as what you can see is a normal lock, but also some sort of arcane, some sort of sigil, that by divine actually writing there, some sort of little thing on the edge of this little stone lid, essentially at the altar, and it's about maybe 2 feet, a foot and a half, 2 feet long in this little depression there, and she gestures there. Eldon, I would say, and um, you will see that there's definitely signs that the the sigils have been defaced and the lock has been there's signs the lock has been picked or opened, forced open in some way. It's not snapped open like cut or anything like that, but it's definitely obviously been forced open. As you see there. Um, this is it is where it is normally kept. Only I can trace the runes to unlock and lock it. Only I have the key, and she does pull out a key. It's actually on a little piece around her neck. Only I had the key. It, and I know it was here. I know it was there. And she essentially just pulls the lock away and gently opens up there and really the little velvet lined depression there that is empty. I don't know. Without this, there are many things I cannot do. And I'm afraid what this might mean if somebody has taken this thing. I don't. I'm not sure. Uh,
Jim, how familiar am I with that stone?
you probably did not see it. She doesn't take it out there, but um, based on black diamonds are very valuable. You do know that as she mentions there, it's what she used to bring back Reese. So a raise dead spell requires a. What is it? Let me double check this real fast here because I know we're getting close to our time here.
Mhm.
But it I believe is 1,500 gold pieces in diamonds, and so this would be a 15,000 gold piece diamond.
And it was a diamond.
Exquisitely cut black diamond,
Okay.
about the size of a baseball.
Hmm. Okay. Well, uh, that is not good. Um.
I don't know if there's any specific signs of anything else being tampered with or anything, but you feel free to look around. I want to make sure that um, uh, that sharper eyes than mine are able to discern any issues. I had not had anyone else going through here really. I've made sure that no one has disturbed anything else. Um, but you can feel free
So
to look around.
no one's been through.
The guards, they did a cursory glance, but they did not go through and look in detail. They tried to make sure that they keep the scene. Um, and actually, Elias convinced them to wait until you arrived.
So the person could still be here.
I did not think of that. They could be. I don't know. Um, and I will say one last thing as we go on here. One thing when before we discovered what happened, um, before we discovered what happened, I found uh, uh, um, the my son, he was cleaning and found something of interest. And he does walk over, and you know that he doesn't speak. He doesn't he's you're not sure what the issue is. But he doesn't speak out loud, but he shows you a piece of paper with something drawn on it, and it's in the shape of a footprint. And Eldon, you immediately recognize the size and style of a goblin boot print.
Oh man.
And we're gonna call it there for this week.
Nice.
God damn it, Jim.
Nice.
Again, hope you guys had some interesting times here. We got a lot to
Yes.
deal with, obviously, and more information and things happening here. But
It's
I
gonna
want
get
to.
really interesting.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna get
I
with you
want to.
later tomorrow. By the way, Jim, there's a lot
Oh,
to
I
talk
know.
about.
I know. We got
There's
a
a lot
to talk about.
I
I
cannot
know.
wait.
Yep.
Oh.
So again, I want to thank you all for everyone out there watching, everyone hanging out there with us there. I do want to remind you guys, again, if you want to be a part of our Discord server where we run our games and where we do all of our stuff here, House of Gamers, the link will be in our description as we move forward there. And again, next Thursday, the first episode of DM&D Chat with me.
I will definitely be there if I can, by the way.
Absolutely. And so if you have questions, if you or anyone else out there have questions you want to throw out there for either the upcoming episode or future episodes, our first episode is going to focus on world building. That's one of the reasons why we can our first episode, we have a big topic there. A lot of information around there, but any questions around that or things you want to see in the future, feel free to send me a message through Discord or any other platform you happen to find me on, or put it in the description in the video here. I'll find them and go on from there. So again, I want to thank you guys for being back. It's so good to be back with you all. I know I'm torturing you a bit here, but I hope you guys had fun.
A bit, really?
A bit.
So thank you out there for watching. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you again next Saturday. Take care.